Chapter 298. Making a special trip here makes it seem as if I'm being unreasonable. Obviously, the sect leader of Tongtian was in a good mood and had the mood to tease Xianqing. Master, you must be joking. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Xianqing smiled awkwardly as he replied. I won't tease you anymore. I have something for you to do. You can only leave after you're done. The sect leader of Tongtian sat up straight and said. What orders do you have, master? Xianqing's expression became serious when it came to serious matters. It's not a big deal. You don't have to be so nervous. Seeing Xianqing's serious expression, the sect leader of Tongtian waved his hand and continued. Although Golden Ao Island is not bad, it's still a little small compared to Kunlun Mountain. Your junior brothers are all living here. It's inevitable that it's a little crowded. Therefore, I plan to let those outer sect disciples all move out to free up some space. From now on, I will preach on Golden Ao Island every 1,000 years. At that time, all the outer sect disciples can return to Golden Ao Island to listen to the preaching. They can also ask me for guidance on cultivation. What do you think about this? With that, the sect leader of Tongtian looked at Xianqing. Compared to Kunlun Mountain, Golden Ao Island was not just small. It was like the difference between a stream and the sea. The area of Kunlun Mountain was bigger and wider than the upper-class world. The area of Golden Ao Island was not even comparable to the upper-class world. There was no comparison at all. If not, how could Golden Ao Island be comparable to Kunlun Mountain, the second most famous mountain in the world in terms of cultivation environment? It was because it was small that it could be compared to any place in Kunlun Mountain. Otherwise, what right did Golden Ao Island have to be compared to Kunlun Mountain? Master, you're right. Junior brothers don't like to be quiet. If they stay on Golden Ao Island, not only will they feel uncomfortable, but it will also be crowded. Let them leave and find their own cave abodes. They might even be eager. Coincidentally, this is the East Ocean. There are countless immortal islands on the sea. It's not difficult for them to find a place to settle down. After thinking for a while, Xianqing agreed. With the character of the disciples of the Jie sect, something would happen sooner or later if they stayed on Golden Ao Island. They might offend the sect leader of Tongtian. It was better to leave as soon as possible. That would be better for everyone. All right, it's good that you agree. I'll leave this matter to you. The Prime of Tongtian nodded and ordered. Yes, master. After receiving the order, Xianqing immediately drafted a decree and asked the Fire and Water Child to pass it down. A few years later, Xianqing completed the task given by sect leader Tongtian. After tidying up the cave residence, he turned around and left for Azure Palace to visit sect leader Tongtian. After senior brother left, everything on Golden Turtle Island fell on your shoulders. I've troubled you. After leaving the Aquamarine Palace, Xianqing said to Duobao who had sent him off. Senior brother, you must be joking. On this Golden Turtle Island, there are only 3 junior sisters and I left. We can't even get busy. What can happen? Hearing Xianqing's words, Duobao smiled. Personal disciples and outer sect disciples were treated differently after all. The Prime of Tongtian could let the outer sect disciples leave, but he would not let his personal disciples leave. After all, the personal disciples were the successors of the saints. They were the successors of their orthodoxy and represented their face. Only when his cultivation reached Daluo Jingxian could he be considered to have finished his apprenticeship and go out to explore. Now, it was better to stay obediently on Golden Ao Island and cultivate. Duobao, you can send me off here. Take care. I'm leaving. If there's anything in the future, you can come to the 3 Immortal Island to find me. With that, Xianqing's figure flashed and flew out of the island. On Golden Ao Island, there was the sect leader of Tongtian in charge. It was not as carefree as on the 3 Immortal Island. Returning there was truly carefree. Where is eldest senior brother going? Not far from Golden Ao Island, Xianqing heard someone calling him. The voice was crisp and pleasant. Just by hearing the voice, he knew that the person who came was a peerless beauty. It's the three junior sisters. Qianqing looked back. As expected, there were three beautiful figures in front of him. They were all rare beauties. They were the three Shao sisters, Yun Shao, Qiong Shao, and Bai Shao. Greetings, eldest senior brother. Seeing Qianqing stop, the three Shao hurriedly went forward to greet him. Why? Are the three junior sisters leaving Golden Ao Island too? Qianqing was a little curious when he saw the three of them. In the sect leader of Tongtian's heart, the three of them, together with Zhao Gongming, were no less important than his personal disciples. As such, why would the sect leader of Tongtian let them leave the island if their cultivation was not at Daluo Jinxian's level? The three of us came from the East Sea. Now that we've returned to our homeland, of course, we have to go back home to take a look. Yun Shao took a step forward and explained. Qianqing understood after hearing what she said. The sect leader of Tongtian was not someone who was not close to relationships. If the three Shao wanted to go home to take a look, of course, he would not reject them. Eldest senior brother, why aren't you comprehending the great Tao on Golden Ao Island? Why are you going out to sea? After a while, Yun Shao asked in confusion. In her impression, this eldest senior brother was a seclusion maniac. Unless something major happened, she would definitely not see him. He had been in seclusion all this time. Of course, Yun Shao still admired Qianqing's seclusion. People who sought the Tao were most afraid of being unable to endure loneliness. There were not many people like Qianqing who could guard their hearts and seek wholeheartedly. This was a true person who sought the Tao. Therefore, in private, many disciples of the Jie school regarded Qianqing as a role model to encourage themselves. Look, even a powerful existence like eldest senior brother was working hard to cultivate. What reason do you have not to work hard? The three Shao were also a member of this group of people. Therefore, it was inevitable that Yun Shao was surprised to see him going out to travel today. Didn't senior brother tell you? I was also born in the East Sea. Now that I have returned to the East Sea, of course, I have to go home to take a look. This time, Qianqing was a little strange. His identity was not a secret. How could the three Shao not know? He, Qianqing, was born from the creation of the East Sea. He had obtained the luck of the 9 heavens to transform. He was a natural-born saint and was of the same origin as the heavens. This information was known with a single calculation. He did not hide it at all. Therefore, Qianqing thought that everyone in the Jie school knew his identity. He did not expect that there were really people who did not know. Ah. Senior brother is also from the East Sea. I really don't know. To be honest, the three Shao was also a homebody. She rarely interacted with others. Besides, who would have the time to calculate others' background? Wasn't that looking for trouble? Therefore, they really did not know Qianqing's background. May I know which immortal island senior brother is cultivating on? Maybe he's our neighbor? At this moment, Qiong Shao asked curiously. Chapter 299. There were many immortal islands in the East Sea, but there were only a few that could compare to the blessed Grotto Heavens. Without a doubt, the first place was Dongwangong's Zifu State. From this name, one could see how extraordinary it was. The first place was indisputable. The rest were Qianqing's 3 immortal island, the 3 immortal island that gave birth to the 3 Shao immortals. These were the immortal islands that could give birth to innate god fiends. There weren't many of these immortal islands. Now that he heard that Qianqing was also from the East Sea, Sen Shao naturally felt a sense of familiarity. The concept of the primordial world was still very strong. Otherwise, the East wouldn't look down on the West so much. As innate god fiends from the East Sea, Qianqing took good care of San Shao. After all, in the East Sea, other than the Water Clan, there weren't many innate god fiends left. Each of them was quite precious and was his natural ally. In theory, below the East Sea was the Water Clans. Above it was the innate god fiends. However, now that the innate god fiends were weak, most of the blessed lands on the East Sea were occupied by the innate god fiends from the land. It was really annoying. These were all their wealth. One had to know that since it was called an immortal island, there were definitely many innate spiritual objects and all kinds of treasures on the island. Now that these immortal islands were occupied by outsiders, their losses were simply immeasurable. Who knew if there would be any unimaginable treasures on those immortal islands? Thinking of this, no one would be able to bear the loss. Therefore, the innate god fiends born in the East Sea had common interests. They could form an alliance and defend the rights and interests of the outer East Sea together. The past was a problem left behind by history. Even if it was in the past. In the future, if there were cultivators from the land who came to the East Sea to make a living, they couldn't control those in the sea. But on the surface of the sea, they had to get their consent. There were still masters on the East Sea. In fact, there weren't as few innate god fiends in the East Sea in the past. They could be considered a very powerful force in the primordial world. At that time, the East Sea was completely dominated by them. Even the Dragon Clan, the master of the four seas, had to avoid them and didn't dare to compete with them. At that time, none of the innate god fiends on land dared to come to the East Sea to dominate it. They didn't want to live. They were once the number one force in the East Sea. He was the leader of the male immortals in the world, the Duke of the East. But it was a pity that the glory of the Violet Palace realm didn't last long. Dong Wangtai alone had destroyed the number one power in the Eastern Sea, turning the Purple Mansion into the dust of history. Because of this, the Eastern Sea's innate gods were all wiped out and no one dared to rise again. That was what led to the current situation. Senior brother is from the Three Immortal Island. Junior sister, have you heard of it? Xianqing replied with a smile. Ah, this. Is Senior brother's dojo also called Three Immortal Island? It's actually the same as our dojo. Qiong Xiao could not help but exclaim. Xiu's nonsense is a joke. Senior brother, you are talking about the Three Immortal Islands overseas, also known as the Three Immortal Mountains overseas. It is a legendary place of good fortune in the East Sea. It is not inferior to the top grotto heavens in the untainted land. It is far from our Three Immortal Islands. Before Xianqing could speak, Yun Xiao took the lead to explain. I didn't expect senior brother to be from the Three Immortal Island. How enviable. After explaining to Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, Yun Xiao turned around and said to Xianqing enviously. The Three Immortal Island overseas was a legend in the East Sea. It had always existed in rumors, but no one had really seen it. All the living beings in the East Sea had only heard of its name and never seen its whereabouts. People like Yun Xiao thought that it was fabricated by their predecessors. Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao had never heard of it. Now that the legend had suddenly become reality, the shock of the three knights could be imagined. What's the big deal? It's just a place where people live. Xianqing's words were asking for a beating. Straw huts and palaces were also places where people lived, but how could they be the same? Yun Xiao was speechless when she heard that. Senior brother. Can we go to your dojo to take a look? I've never seen the number one sacred ground in the East Sea. I really want to take a look. Bai Xiao said excitedly after learning about the origins of the Three Immortal Island. Of course. The Three Immortal Island is so big. I can't see it all by myself. It's not impossible to lend one to you. It's not just you guys. Even the other junior brothers and sisters who want to come to the Three Immortal Island are welcomed by me. Xianqing nodded and said affirmatively. If the disciples of Jie's school came to the Three Immortal Island, not only would Xianqing not reject them, he would also look forward to it. The Three Immortal Island had a destiny and was destined to become a gathering place for itinerant immortals. Since Xianqing had become its master, he naturally accepted its destiny. If he wanted to turn the Three Immortal Island into a gathering place for itinerant immortals, he would naturally need the help of the disciples of Jie's school. Xianqing's junior brothers might not be as good as the disciples of Chan's school in terms of the righteous path. However, in terms of unorthodox methods and strange techniques, few people in the primordial world could compare to them. These were precisely what Qianqing needed. What was an itinerant immortal? Immortals who had no sects and no worries were called itinerant immortals. Without any inheritance, they would inevitably be lacking in combat strength compared to the disciples of large sections. In order to make up for their shortcomings, the itinerant immortals racked their brains and tried their best to display their strengths. With limited knowledge, they created miracles and opened up the 100 arts of immortal cultivation to perfect the immortal Tao. It could be said that the 100 arts of immortal cultivation were the foundation of itinerant immortal survival. In the future, as itinerant immortals, if they did not master one or two skills, they would be too embarrassed to come out and meet others. The predecessor of the 100 arts of immortal cultivation was the strange technique that the disciples of Jia school came up with. Gathering the disciples of Jia school to the Three Immortal Island and gathering their wisdom would definitely bring endless inspiration to Qianqing. In this way, would the 100 arts of immortal cultivation be far away? With the 100 arts in hand, Qianqing's position as the master of the earth immortals would be stable. Once the witch and demon calamity ended and the immortal Tao flourished, he would be able to enjoy endless luck and live a carefree life. Let's go. After coming back to his senses, Qianqing waved his sleeves and the void changed. In an instant, the four of them arrived outside the Three Immortal Island. Rumble. Sensing Qianqing's aura, the Connate Three Talents array automatically activated and opened a passage to welcome the return of its master. This island-protecting array is really extraordinary. In the passage, Yun Xiao looked at the Connate Three Talents array in front of her and felt goosebumps all over her body. The might of that grand formation was simply too powerful. A casual attack from it would be enough to completely obliterate her. This is the Connate Three Talents array. Although it can't be compared to Master's Immortal Slaying Sword array, it's still a top-notch array in the primordial world with endless power. Only pre-saints can break it. Qianqing introduced as he walked. Chapter 300. Wow! The environment here is not inferior to Kunlun Mountain at all. When they arrived at Penglai Island, Sen Shao could not help but exclaim. The innate spirit qi on the island was unimaginably dense. It had already formed spiritual clouds floating in the air. From time to time, spiritual rain would fall, nourishing everything. It was extremely mystical. This was a scene that could not be seen in the outside world. Furthermore, the primal chaos essence energy floating in the void was even more than that of Golden Ao Island. It was not inferior to Kunlun Mountain. There were probably not many holy lands in the great desolate world that could compare to it. After all, it was the top immortal island in the great desolate world. Even if it could not compare to Kunlun Mountain, it would not be too far off. That is, innate spirit root? A pool of innate spirit roots? Oh my god, that's too much. The most precious and eye-catching thing on Penglai Island was undoubtedly the pool of pure world white lotuses. The moment San Shao stepped onto Penglai Island, he was attracted to it and could not help exclaiming. First senior brother is really rich. No wonder he doesn't like some of the treasures of Jia school. After a while, Sen Shao came back to his senses and said in shock. There were at least 100 lotus flowers in the pool. Even if they were all inferior grade innate spirit roots, they were still a shocking amount of wealth. Furthermore, they were not. In the middle of the spiritual pool, the 12th grade lotus flower shrouded in sacred light looked very majestic. It was definitely a supreme grade innate spirit root, which was rare in the great desolate world. With this pool of lotus flowers, Qianqing could be considered a top tycoon in the great desolate world. Apart from the powerful cultivators at the front of the Purple Cloud Palace, almost no one could compare to him. This is the 12th grade pure world white lotus, one of the 4 great lotus platforms of the great desolate world. It is a supreme grade innate spirit treasure and also a supreme grade innate spirit root. It is one of the top innate spirit treasures of the great desolate world. The sect guarding treasure of the Western sect is its brother from the same sect. Furthermore, the pure world white lotus is a top sect guarding treasure of the great desolate world. It can purify all the filthy qi in the world. It has great benefits in the cave abode. Seeing San Zhao's curiosity, Qianqing introduced it. Among the numerous connate numinous treasures, there were only a few that could compare to the 4 great lotus platforms. Their status among the connate spirit treasures was equivalent to the status of Zenyuanzi and Kunpeng among the pre-saints. Eldest senior brother is truly blessed. With such a supreme treasure in hand, the future of the great Tao is bright. After knowing the origin of the treasure in front of him, San Zhao's heart was filled with envy. With such a supreme treasure by his side, it would be hard for him not to be strong. Do you like it? If you like it, I'll give each of you one. Qianqing smiled and said generously. As long as the tree of world was there, it could cultivate the white lotuses of purification without limit. Therefore, this thing was really not considered precious in his eyes. He didn't feel any heartache when he used it as a favor. This is too valuable. We can't accept it. Although he was a little moved, Yun Shao still rejected him. It was true that they were Qianqing's martial brother and sister, but their relationship was not that good. It's fine. Senior brother doesn't lack this item. I'm giving it to you as a token of my appreciation. You mustn't refuse. If the Tao of itinerant immortals was to prosper, the help of San Shao and Yun Shao would be needed. It was better to build a good relationship now than to be clinging to Buddha's feet. It was not only them. Among the disciples of Jie school, Qianqing would give appropriate help to the disciples with good character. Building a good relationship with them would definitely bring great benefits in the future. This was called investing in advance. Qianqing would not do a business without capital. All right then. But Qianqing. Yun Shao and Yun Shao nodded and walked towards the chaos spirit pool. The 3 of them looked outside the pool for a while, and then each picked a 6th grade white lotus. Seeing this scene, a hint of admiration appeared in Qianqing's eyes. These San Shao knew how to behave. The 6th grade white lotus was only a middle grade connate spirit treasure. It was far inferior to the 9th grade white lotus in the pool. Qianqing let them choose. Normally, they should choose the best, but they didn't. This undoubtedly won Qianqing's favor. Giving away 3 superior grade connate spirit treasures in a row, even Qianqing would feel heartache for a while. Of course, even if San Shao chose the 9th grade white lotus, Qianqing would not say anything. After all, he was the one who said it. They did not do anything wrong if they did as he said. However, in that case, Qianqing's impression of San Shao would not be good. Thank you, senior brother. After picking the white lotus, San Shao returned to Qianqing's side and thanked him happily. It's okay. Qianqing shook his head and said. Next, Qianqing brought San Shao to tour 3 Immortal Island, causing the 3 of them to be amazed. Dong, 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 on this day, Qianqing was taking a nap. Suddenly, a melodious bell sounded in his ears, waking him up. Has 1,000 years passed just like that? That bell was the sound of the immortal gathering bell. Since it sounded, it meant that 1,000 years had passed. The Tongtian sect would hold a sermon on Golden Ao Island and answer the questions of the disciples at the same time. Immediately, Qianqing's figure moved and rushed to the green touring palace. In fact, with his cultivation level, it was no longer useful for him to preach to the general public like the Tongtian sect leader. However, this was the first time the Tongtian sect leader held a sermon after coming to the East Ocean. As the eldest disciple of the Jie school, he could not be absent. It would be fine in the future. If nothing major happened, he, the eldest disciple of the Xian sect, would not have to run to Golden Ao Island. Along the way, Qianqing looked around and saw that it was full of aquatic creatures. They were rushing to Golden Ao Island, afraid that they would not be able to get a good seat if they were late. The Tongtian sect leader's sermon was not only for the disciples of the Jie school. All the living beings of the primordial world could come and listen. However, they could not go to the Green Touring Palace to listen to the teachings of the saint like the disciples of the Jie school. They could only find a random place on Golden Ao Island to listen to the lingering sound of the saint's sermon. Saints still had the word saint in them. They had the responsibility of educating all living beings in the primordial world. Their principles could be heard by anyone. In the past, on Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones often sat down and discussed the Tao. It attracted countless living beings of the primordial world to come and listen. There was no lack of liches among them. Even so, the three of them did not chase away the people who came to listen to the Tao. Saints still had to care about their image. Education without discrimination. Although it was the philosophy of the Jie school, it did not mean that the other saints did not have to abide by it. It was fine if one did not preach the Tao. However, if one preached the Tao, one did not care who came to listen. One just had to preach the Tao in peace. Saints preached on behalf of the heavens. It was not a joke. Don't make any noise in the saints' Tao field. After arriving at Golden Ao Island, Xianqing swept a glance at the living beings on the island and said sternly. Suddenly, the world fell silent. Junior Brother Water, Junior Brother Hua, please maintain order. Don't let them offend Master. Xianqing turned around and said to the Child of Fire and Water. Chapter 301. The children of fire and water were connate lifeforms nurtured by the connate fire and water gourd. They could control the power of water and fire and were quite extraordinary. After they were born, they were taken in as children by the Grand Master of Heaven to take care of his daily life. In fact, although it was said to take care of his daily life, the saint did not need outsiders to serve him. These two children had always been used as messengers by the Grand Master of Heaven. Of course, they should not be underestimated just because they were children. These two people were called children, but they were actually disciples and were very favored by the Grand Master of Heaven. Perhaps even some outer sect disciples were not as important as these two in the Grand Master of Heaven's heart. Speaking of which, if they were not favored by the saint, how could they be chosen as children? Therefore, every child had great potential. Haotian Jade Pool was just two children of the Tao ancestor, but in the future, they ascended to the limitless position of the Celestial Emperor. This was something that even the saint did not expect. Yes, eldest senior brother. The children of fire and water bowed to Xianqing and went to maintain order. It might not be a bad thing for the Jie school to come to the East Sea. At the very least, with the saint overseeing it, the East Sea will be completely stable. The usual disputes will undoubtedly be reduced by a lot. Xianqing released his spiritual will and scanned the East Sea. He sighed. In the past, on the East Sea, there was endless killing and disputes. It was either for immortal islands, spiritual herbs, or connate spirit treasures. In short, everything of value could make the living beings of the East Sea fight to the death. The East Sea did not have a powerful person overseeing it. It was a completely lawless place. All the forces were mixed together and it was extremely chaotic. As for the ancestral dragon, he would not care about the matters on the sea. After all, he was no longer the overlord of the world. The era that belonged to him had passed. After all, he had to avoid suspicion and interfere less in the disputes on land. But now, the Grand Master of Heaven had come, and everything had changed. The entire East Sea was cleared, and the soldiers stopped fighting. He did not have to do anything. He just sat quietly in the aquamarine palace. The countless cultivators of the East Sea would be wary of his existence and restrain themselves. They would not make a move unless they had no other choice. The Grand Master of Heaven's arrival in the East Sea had a direct or indirect impact on the East Sea that was definitely beyond imagination. 100 years later, the Grand Master of Heaven's preaching ended. All the living beings on Golden Ao Island retreated to avoid disturbing the saint. Next, it was time for the disciples of Jie school to ask the Grand Master of Heaven for instructions. The difficulties in cultivation had nothing to do with the living beings of the East Ocean. All of you may leave. After another 100 years, the Prime of Tongtian finally finished explaining the problem to his disciples. He waved his hand and said, "Yes, Master." Everyone bowed to the Prime of Tongtian and left together. Junior brothers, please wait a moment. On Golden Ao Island, Xianqing stopped the disciples of Jie school who were about to leave. Senior Marshal brother, is there something you need from us? Everyone stopped in their tracks and bowed to Qianqing before they asked in confusion. Nothing serious. Senior brother, I just want to ask if you found a place to stay? Qianqing asked as he helped everyone up. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. There are countless deity islands in the East Sea and they are rich in resources. We have already found a place to stay. There were indeed many Eastern Sea immortal islands. Therefore, these disciples of Jia's school could find some good immortal islands if they went out for a stroll. Although the immortal islands they found could not be compared to Golden Ao Island, it was enough to support themselves. Moreover, living alone would give them more freedom. It was much more comfortable than staying on Golden Ao Island. Cultivation was all about being free and unfettered. Suppressing one's nature would only cause one to deviate from the great Tao. It was extremely disadvantageous to one's cultivation. The Prime of Tongtian had noticed this, and that was why he had ordered his disciples to leave. Otherwise, did he really think that a saint would not be able to solve the problem of Golden Ao Island not being big enough? Saints were existences that stood at the peak of the primordial world. With a wave of their hand, they could create countless small worlds and even create a major kiliocosm without harming themselves. It was not a big deal to expand the area of Golden Ao Island. The reason why he did not do so was for the sake of the disciples' future. It's good that you found it. Senior Marshal brother, you can rest assured. Hearing this, Qianqing nodded. He was not worried that these junior brothers would snatch other people's islands. How stupid must they be to do such a disgraceful thing under the nose of a saint? Did they really think that the Prime of Tongtian would not kill? Fellow junior brothers, can you please draw the locations of your islands on the map so I can know where your dojos are located? As he spoke, Qianqing took out a scroll and opened it in front of everyone. This was the map of the East Sea. Of course, this was not the complete map of the East Sea. It was only a part of it. With Golden Ao Island as the center, it spread to a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. All the immortal islands and sea areas were in it. As for the real map of the East Sea, it was the treasure that suppressed the fate of the East Sea. It was in the hands of the ancestral dragon. How could Qianqing covet it? Junior brothers, see if you can find the location of your islands on this map. Throwing the map of the East Sea into the air, Qianqing said with a smile. This map recorded everything within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. Qianqing did not believe that a group of Tai Jinxian and Golden Immortals could run so fast. The island they chose could be hundreds of millions of miles away from Golden Ao Island. After looking at the map of the East Sea, everyone stepped forward and marked their positions. Alright, this way, it will be much more convenient for you to contact each other in the future. Qianqing turned his hand and hung the map of the East Sea on a conspicuous cliff in Golden Ao Island so that everyone could see it clearly. This map records the dojos of the disciples of the Jia sect. It's not appropriate to call it the map of the East Sea. Why don't we call it the map of the Jia sect's immortal residence? Qianqing said after thinking for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, wisps of green light fell from the void and landed on the map of the East Sea. That was the fate of the Jia sect. This map was the distribution map of the disciples of the Jia sect. Its birth was beneficial to the Jia sect. Naturally, it attracted the favor of the Jia sect. After a burst of green light, the map of the East Sea had changed greatly. There were countless immortal islands on it, and it was densely covered with stars. It had completely turned into the map of the Jia sect's immortal residence. This map was originally an ordinary painting. But now, after being modified by the fate of the Jia sect, it had become a postnatal treasure. As soon as the picture appeared, the Golden Turtle Islands suddenly shook. Vast amounts of spiritual energy surged into the void. Its target was the dojos of the disciples of the Jia sect. This was the ability of the Jia sect's immortal residence map. It connected the spirit veins on Golden Ao Island to the surrounding islands of the disciples of the Jia sect. It provided them with connate chi and improved their cultivation environment. Chapter 302. Thank you, eldest senior brother. Seeing this, the disciples of the Jie school thanked Qianqing. This was a pleasant surprise. They had gained so much just by reporting the name of the place. They had really made a profit. Could it be that there were people who would dislike their own dojo for being too good? Ahem. There's no need to be so polite. This is what I should do. Qianqing coughed twice and said calmly. He did not expect the changes in the Jie school's immortal residence map in advance. His original intention was to record the location of the disciples of the Jie school so that he could find them in the future. But who knew that such a change would happen? However, these were not important. This did not stop him from pretending that he knew everything. After all, if Qianqing could not calculate it, the disciples of the Jie school would not be able to. With a thought, Qianqing suddenly formed a Dao seal and pointed at the Jie school's immortal residence map. Suddenly, a bright light erupted and shot into the sky. Above the sky, a huge picture of the Jie school's immortal residence was formed. It covered the sky and the sun, causing the endless living beings of the East Sea to look up and see it clearly. Everything recorded in this map is the territory of the Jie school. If outsiders violate it, they will be killed without mercy. Fellow Taoists of the East Sea, please bear this in mind. After doing all this, Qianqing said coldly. His voice was so loud that it spread throughout the entire East Sea. He was warning the cultivators of the East Sea. The disciples of the Jie school were of different levels. The strong ones, such as Qianqing, were existences who had attained the Daluo Dao fruit. The weak ones were worse. Their cultivation level was only that of a golden immortal. Moreover, there were many such disciples. When the Jie school first came to the East Sea, it was hard to guarantee that there would not be people who were bold enough to kill some disciples with lower cultivation levels. One had to know that the Grand Master of Heaven was very good to his disciples. As a result, the disciples of the Jie school, regardless of their cultivation level, had at least one connate spirit treasure to protect themselves. Some disciples even had several connate spirit treasures. They were all very rich. To be honest, even Qianqing could not help but have the urge to snatch them. Not to mention those cultivators who lived in the East Sea for a long time. They were cunning and fierce, and their courage was first class. They might even dare to attack the disciples of the Jie school. Even the Grand Master of Heaven could not pay attention to the movements of the disciples all the time. It wasn't that he couldn't, but that he wasn't willing. Disciples also had their own freedom. How could there be a teacher watching them all the time? What kind of propriety was that? Moreover, saints also needed to cultivate. Perhaps one day, when the Grand Master of Heaven fell into Tao enlightenment, something would happen to his disciples, and he would not be able to sense it. With Mount Buzhou suppressing the long river of time and space, any cultivator below Daluo Jingxian who died was truly dead. Even the saints could not reverse the flow of time and revive them. As the saying goes, it is better to be safe than sorry. It is always good to take precautions in advance. Alright, junior brothers, if you have matters to attend to, you may leave first. With this map, it will be much more convenient for you to visit each other in the future. Qianqing said to his junior brothers with a smile after he put away his superpowers. Yes, senior brother. The disciples of Jie school bowed to Qianqing again and left. However, Qianqing did not leave Golden Turtle Island but stayed. Duobao, bring me all the void stones in the treasury. At the same time, help me perfect my plan. After everyone left, Qianqing said to Duobao. The void stone was a peerless treasure that was coincidentally produced when the void was destroyed. It had a trace of the charm of the void great Tao and was extremely precious. However, that was in front of ordinary people. In front of Qianqing and the others, this item was just a small thing. In the treasury of Jie school, the void stones were not ranked. There was a huge pile, just like ordinary stones. It was nothing. After a while, Duobao returned to Qianqing's side with the mountain-like void stones. Senior brother, I brought you the void stones you wanted. Is there anything else you need help with? Duobao asked curiously after putting down the void stones. His senior brother could be said to be omnipotent and knew everything. It was really strange that he needed his help today. Senior brother, I have a big plan. If it succeeds, not only will it be very beneficial to Jie's school, you and I will also obtain some merit. Xianqing led Duo Bao to his cave abode as he spoke. What is the plan? Senior brother, tell me about it so that I can have a plan in my heart and know where to start. Hearing Xianqing's words, Duo Bao's eyes lit up and he asked curiously. Merit. That's merit, you know. Ever since Duo Bao was born, he had never obtained any merit. Now that he heard that Xianqing's plan could actually allow him to obtain merit, how could he not be excited? Probably no one in the primordial world would not be excited in the face of merit. He had long heard that the heaven-earth merit was mysterious and unpredictable. It could directly increase one's cultivation level, increase one's luck, and reduce one's tribulation. Without merit, one could not even become a sage to be. He had yet to personally experience such a miraculous treasure. Therefore, today, even if he had to do his best, he would help his senior brother complete that plan and see the wonders of the heaven-earth merit. Although Feng Zichen could obtain merit easily, that was because he had the backing of the huge knowledge of the later generations. If Duo Bao wanted to obtain merit, he had to create something out of nothing. It was naturally extremely difficult. Duo Bao, how long do you think it will take for our junior brothers to travel to and from Golden Ao Island from their dojos? If we visit our senior brothers again, how long will it take for us to travel back and forth? Without answering Duo Bao's question, Xianqing asked him an unrelated question. Duo Bao had never thought about these questions. For a moment, it was difficult for him to answer. He could not help but ponder. Xianqing did not rush him and waited for Duo Bao to think about the answer. After a while, Duo Bao had an answer in his heart and said slowly, as the sword ancestor attained the Tao, the primordial world evolved further, causing space to become more stable. Even a primordial immortal would find it extremely difficult to shift the void. At the very least, one has to have perfected Tai Jinxian cultivation. Therefore, junior brothers, if you want to come to Golden Ao Island, you can only use an escape technique. With their speed and distance, it will take at least 100 years to travel to and from Golden Ao Island. Depending on the distance, it will take at least a few years to thousands of years to visit fellow disciples. As he spoke, Duo Bao seemed to have understood something and his voice stopped abruptly. Have you noticed the problem? Master will preach the Tao every 1,000 years. As for the junior brothers, they will need hundreds or even thousands of years to travel. In that case, how can they have enough time? They will either give up listening to the Tao in order to cultivate or give up cultivating in order to listen to the Tao. But how can that work? Cultivation and listening to the Tao complement each other. The lack of either will affect the progress of cultivation. This can't be taken. Chapter 303. That's right, Xianqing was talking about the teleportation array of the later generations. This was an array formation that had never appeared before the primordial world. In the later generations, the cultivators' realms were low. Most cultivators could not cross the earth, destroy regions, and cross realms. Thus, the teleportation array was born. Now, the primordial world was vast and boundless. The Tai Jinxian had spent countless years but could not travel all over the primordial world. The Daluo Jinxian could not see the end either. Many cultivators below the Daluo Jinxian could only go around in one place for their entire lives. They did not know how vast the primordial world was and how big the world was. Therefore, this was the best time for the teleportation array to be born. This is troublesome. However, since eldest senior brother has thought of this, I think you have already thought of a solution. Then, eldest senior brother's plan is related to this? After Xianqing finished speaking, Duo Bao asked cooperatively. That's right. My big plan is related to this. Xianqing nodded. He was very satisfied with Duo Bao's cooperation. The Jie school is famous for our array formations. If we claim to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. Therefore, I plan to use my strength and create an array formation. Distort the void to achieve the effect of void teleportation. This way, we can let those junior brothers who have not reached the perfected Tai Jinxian do not have to travel long distances to come to Golden Ao Island. If they want to come, they can just go through the space array. It's simple and fast. It can also save a lot of time. In addition, if this array formation can be popularized in the primordial world, I wonder how many living beings will benefit. This is all our merit. After returning to the cave abode, Qianqing explained to Duobao. Senior brother, you are so talented. I can't compare to you. Using the matter of the GS school to see the entire primordial world and come up with such a thing that benefits the billions of living beings in the primordial world. Senior brother's wisdom is really admirable. Senior brother is really a virtuous person. At this moment, Duobao was a little excited. As he spoke, he bowed to Qianqing. I will never forget senior brother's kindness. Qianqing told him this technique. Obviously, he wanted to share it with him. If this technique was successful, he would definitely be able to share some merit. In this way, his future great Dao. Merit was the ticket to the door of a quasi-saint. With merit, one might not be able to become a quasi-saint, but without merit, one would definitely not be able to become a quasi-saint. What Qianqing did was equivalent to giving Duobao a chance to prove his Dao. How could Duobao not be excited? Don't thank me yet. Whether or not this matter will succeed is still uncertain. It's too early to thank me now. Seeing how happy Duobao was, Qianqing couldn't help but pour cold water on him. He, Qianqing, was not a good person. No matter what he did, he had a purpose. Now that he was treating Duobao so well, he naturally had a different purpose. What he did was just compensation. If nothing unexpected happened, Daoist Duobao would be the teacher of the future earthly sovereign. But now, Qianqing was here. He could not snatch the position of the emperor's teacher from the Grand Pure One, but he could not lose the position of the emperor of Earth's teacher. As such, Duobao had no choice but to suffer. However, Duobao was his junior brother after all. Qianqing felt a little guilty for robbing him of his merit. Therefore, he planned to make some compensation to Duobao. From now on, whenever there was a matter of great merit, Qianqing would bring Duobao along to make up for his losses and reduce the guilt in his heart. Qianqing's birth contained all kinds of schemes of Feng Zichen to seize the good fortune of heaven and earth for him. It could be said that this was his nature. How could he be open and honest? His every move was naturally filled with schemes. Senior brother, you must be joking. For you to think of me for such a matter of great merit, you are already worthy of my gratitude. Moreover, is there anything you can't do? Duobao didn't care much about Qianqing's cold water. As Qianqing had said earlier, Jie School was the best in array formations in the primordial world. They already had the concept of array formations. If they couldn't realize it, it would be really embarrassing. They might as well kill themselves. Alright, stop praising me. It's better to create the array formation as soon as possible and distribute it to the junior brothers during Master's next lecture. Shaking his head, Qianqing said. The two of them were array formation masters and had many treasures. Not long after, a huge spatial array formation was set up in front of them. Rumble. The moment the array formation was set up, a powerful force erupted, distorting the void and causing space to become chaotic. Waves of tyrannical void power surged out, wreaking havoc in the boundless void. There's still one last step. As he spoke, Qianqing formed a hand seal and entered a spatial coordinate into the teleportation array formation. These were the coordinates of Penglai Island. Whether the teleportation array formation could succeed or not depended on whether it could teleport people to the destination. With the coordinates, the chaotic void power immediately reacted. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a force that went straight to Penglai Island. Boom! When the changes in the array formation stopped, a deep passage appeared in front of Qianqing and Duobao. Without hesitation, Qianqing walked in. When Duobao saw this, he hurriedly followed in. This passage wasn't long. In just a short while, the two of them walked out and arrived at a place of creation. It was Penglai Island. Is this senior brother's training ground? Indeed, it's a beautiful place with boundless creation. It's a rare sacred ground in the great desolate Aeon. This was Duobao's first time coming to Three Immortal Island. Hence, he was immediately shocked by Penglai Island's atmosphere. Don't look at it first. Once we're done, we'll have plenty of time for you to look at it. Xianqing smiled as he looked at Duobao, whose eyes were filled with curiosity. Duobao, although this teleportation array formation has been created, it hasn't reached a perfect level yet. It can't be used for two-way teleportation. Now, you should stay here and think about how to set up a teleportation formation on Penglai Island and connect it to the teleportation formation on Golden Turtle Island. Without giving Duobao a chance to refuse, Xianqing instructed directly. The general framework of the teleportation array formation was already completed. Next, it was time to deal with some details. It was very simple. Naturally, Xianqing didn't need to do anything. He could just leave it to Duobao. Yes, senior brother. Duobao replied excitedly. The more he participated in this matter, the more merits he would receive after the event. Of course, he had no reason to refuse. Oh, right. Senior brother still has some world-cleansing white lotuses here. Later, go to the Primal Chaos Spirit Pool and pick a rank 9 white lotus. Take it as a gift from senior brother. Unlike San Shao, Xianqing's relationship with Duobao was much closer. Xianqing didn't feel bad giving him a superior grade connate spiritual treasure. World-cleansing white lotus? The legendary connate 4 great lotus platforms? Such a supreme treasure is actually in senior brother's hands. It's really a great creation. Then, I won't stand on ceremony. In terms of the relationship between Duobao and Xianqing, a superior grade connate spiritual treasure was indeed nothing. There was no need for Duobao to stand on ceremony. Chapter 304. Also, this teleportation formation is not right. What I want is a formation that can automatically teleport people over after the formation is activated. It's not a formation that opens a void passageway and allows me to walk through it myself. So, Duobao, do you understand what I mean? Thinking of something, Xianqing, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped and turned to Duobao. After many years of research, the teleportation formation was on the verge of perfection. What Xianqing had to do now was to realize all the functions of the teleportation formation in his memory. If only he was Primordial Chaos Daluo Jinxian. If he had an idea, he could directly turn it into reality. It would not be as troublesome as it was now. No, it was not troublesome now. It was Duobao who was troublesome. I understand. This is not difficult. Duobao nodded and replied energetically. The general structure of the teleportation formation had been completed. What was left was to fill in the details. Of course, it was not difficult, but it was cumbersome and troublesome. Therefore, Xianqing would not do it and left it all to Duobao. Now, Duobao was thinking about the scene of him obtaining merit. No matter how troublesome it was, he would not feel tired. All right, I'll leave the rest to you. I'll go to the side to rest. Waving his hand, Xianqing walked to the side leisurely to rest. He was now comprehending nature and the veins of heaven and earth in order to enhance his understanding of the Tao so that he could break through to a higher realm. On the other side, Duobao was constantly adjusting the teleportation formation so that it could reach what Xianqing said. Just like that, 100 years passed in a hurry. Senior brother, according to your request, it's done. On this day, Duobao ran to Xianqing and said excitedly. It's done. So fast. Then I'll go take a look. With that, Xianqing stood up and walked towards the teleportation formation with Duobao. A clear light flashed, and Xianqing and Duobao disappeared from Penglai Island. When they reappeared, they were already at Golden Turtle Island. Not bad at all. However, there is a drawback to this teleportation formation. I wonder if you've noticed it, Duobao. Qianqing nodded and praised first. Then, he changed the topic and directly said the drawback of the teleportation formation. Drawback? Senior brother, please enlighten me. Duobao cupped his hands and asked seriously. He felt that this teleportation formation was perfect without any flaws. It could be said that this was his most perfect creation ever since he started cultivating arrays. But if Qianqing said there was, then there must be. Be it in terms of cultivation or formation skills, Qianqing was more than one level higher than him. Since he said that there was, then there must be a flaw in this teleportation array. It was just that his cultivation was too low to notice it. There's no need to be so serious. The flaw isn't in the formation, but in other aspects. You designed this teleportation array very well. Even if I were to do it myself, I wouldn't be able to do it better than you. Seeing how serious Duobao was, Qianqing smiled and comforted him. Other aspects? What does senior brother mean? This time, Duobao was somewhat puzzled. Since there was no problem with the array formation itself, where was the drawback? Look, with that, Qianqing stretched out his hand and grabbed at the teleportation array. Rumble, the teleportation formation shook violently for a moment. Suddenly, it rose from the ground and turned into a formation map. 9 long banners fell into Qianqing's hands. This teleportation array diagram is a post-celestial treasure. This void streamer was also an acquired cardinal treasure. This teleportation array of yours used a total of 4 post-celestial treasures. If we were to build dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of teleportation arrays, how many post-celestial treasures would we need? Duobao, have you ever calculated? Shaking the teleportation array diagram in his hand, Qianqing looked at Duobao in amusement. When Jie School was first established, even if it was not as good as the later generations, there were tens of thousands of disciples. But now, there were no less than 1,000 disciples in the sect. In other words, if each disciple of Jie School was equipped with a teleportation array, they would need at least 4,000 post-celestial treasures. Did they really think that post-celestial treasures were cabbages? That was a treasure that was comparable to a connate numinous treasure in terms of power. It was also the main weapon of connate lifeforms. Connate numinous treasures were the standard of connate godfiends. Only a few connate lifeforms had connate numinous treasures, and they were all low-grade. Most connate lifeforms only used post-celestial treasures and post-celestial numinous treasures. It could be seen that post-celestial treasures were not cabbages that could be found everywhere. Of course, with Jie School's foundation, they could still take out more than 4,000 post-celestial treasures. However, it was a little difficult to take out 4,000 space attribute post-celestial treasures. Although 4,000 post-celestial treasures are a lot, with the foundation of Jie School, we can still gather them. That's not a disadvantage, right? After a while, Duobao said hesitantly. Of course, Jie School can take them out. However, Duobao, have you ever thought about how many factions in the primordial world can take out so many post-celestial treasures? This teleportation array was created to benefit all living beings in the primordial world. If it can't be popularized in the primordial world, what's the use? There are many ways to make it convenient for the disciples of Jie School. Why do you have to put in so much effort to study teleportation arrays? Looking at Duobao's indignant expression, Qianqing could not help but emphasize his tone. Benefiting all living beings, enlightening all living beings, or promoting the evolution of heaven and earth. Only such a magnificent feat could bestow merit that could be considered great merit. As for the rest, it was just merit. It was very useful to cultivators below Daluo Jingxian. However, to Daluo Jingxian, it could only be said to be better than nothing. It would not be of much use. Therefore, if the teleportation array could not be popularized in the primordial world, it could only be circulated among the disciples of Jie School. In that case, the merit obtained by Qianqing and Duobao would undoubtedly be much less. Not to mention the ticket to the quasi-saint realm, even if Duobao wanted to rely on this to prove his Dao to Daluo Jingxian, Qianqing felt that it was a little difficult. I didn't think it through. Please forgive me, senior brother. After hearing Qianqing's words, Duobao immediately thought it through and hurriedly said. Duobao, broaden your horizons. Don't just look at Jie school. You have to look at the scenery of the primordial world. Daluo Jingxian looks at the primordial world of the universe and sees through the mysteries of the world. If you don't broaden your horizons, how can you prove your Dao to Daluo Jingxian? After thinking for a while, Qianqing warned Duobao. If he wanted to prove his Dao to Daluo Jingxian, his heart had to be big and his horizons had to be wide. He did not care about the gains and losses of the moment. Instead, he had to calculate the gains and losses of the endless future. Without the will to devour the heavens, how could he achieve great achievements? Senior brother, you're right. Duobao bowed and said. This was the experience of his predecessors. It could save him a lot of detours. After this matter is over, go to the East Ocean Moor and see the scenery outside. Broaden your horizons and increase your knowledge. Don't stay on Golden Ao Island all the time. You can't raise an expert in a greenhouse. Chapter 305. Heaven and Earth were called Dao. It would definitely be beneficial to go out and take a look. Perhaps, as he continued walking, he might even make a breakthrough. Yes, after this matter is over, I will go out and take a look. Even if Qianqing did not say so, Duobao would still go out and explore. How could he see the future without experiencing a storm? Senior brother, what should we do with this teleportation array now? Duobao pointed at the teleportation array in Qianqing's hand and asked. It's okay, look. As he spoke, Qianqing waved his hand and took the void stone from afar. He simplified the teleportation array in front of him and created a new array. This new teleportation array was formed by an array and 9 void banners. Although there were more, these 10 Dharma treasures were all acquired spirit treasures. The cost of refining was undoubtedly reduced by a lot. As long as any connate life form was not too bad, they could still put together a set of teleportation arrays. Duobao, take a look at my teleportation array. What do you think? Qianqing asked as he handed the teleportation array in his hand to Duobao. Yes, this array is indeed much simpler than the previous array. The materials needed to refine it are also much less. That's right, isn't the power of this array a little weaker? After sizing up the array in his hand for a while, Duobao said hesitantly. The array formed by 4 acquired cardinal treasures became an array formed by 10 acquired spirit treasures. Although there was no change in the function, the power would definitely be reduced correspondingly. The previous teleportation array was completely formed by acquired cardinal treasures. It could teleport at will within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. It was very comfortable. However, this array formed by acquired spirit treasures could only teleport at will within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. Its power was 10,000 times weaker. This showed the difference between the two sets of array formations. Is it too small? I don't think so. Within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles, it is enough for golden immortals and cultivators below to use. As for the Tai Jingxian, they have already cultivated to Tai Jingxian. If they can't gather 4 spatial acquired cardinal treasures, then let them fly slowly by themselves. Qianqing shook his head in the face of Duobao's question and replied nonchalantly. This teleportation array was originally prepared for low-level cultivators. As long as the distance was not too far, it would be fine. Primordial Unity Golden Immortals naturally had better choices. The first set of teleportation arrays was prepared for them. Furthermore, the difference between the two formations was not limited to this. Qianqing's deep scheme was hidden within. The first set of teleportation formations was of extremely high quality, and could automatically absorb innate qi. In other words, this set of teleportation arrays did not need to be consumed at all when activated. The owner's own magic power could be self-sufficient. The second set of teleportation arrays was different. Their quality was not high, and they could only be activated with the help of external forces. And this external force could be magic power, or it could be the connate creation pill. That's right. Qianqing was forcing them to use the Khanate Fortune Elixir. Ever since the Khanate Creation Pill was born, it had always been praised by all living beings in the primordial world. Even Daluo Jinxian praised it. Even the quasi-saints nodded to themselves. Frankly speaking, this was one of the best medicinal pills in the great desolate world. When these words reached Qianqing's ears, he really wanted to curse. Good medicinal pills? Good medicinal pills, my ass. This Khanate Creation Pill was a supreme treasure pill. What the hell was this? He refined the Khanate Creation Pill to be used as a currency in the great desolate world, so that it could be easily circulated and obtain great fortune, great merit, and great luck. It was not for them to use it as a medicinal pill to assist in cultivation. Wasn't this going astray? Therefore, Qianqing wanted to reverse this situation and restore the Khanate Creation Pill to its original use. Therefore, Qianqing wanted to let all living beings in the great desolate world know clearly, although the Khanate Creation Pill could assist in cultivation, it was not a medicinal pill, but a currency. Fellow Taoists, it is a currency. Spend it. What's the use of keeping it? Spend it. Spend it as soon as possible. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Making money with money is the way of the king. Saving money can't make a fortune. At a certain moment, Qianqing really wanted to transform into an unscrupulous profiteer and shout at the great desolate world, tempting them to spend the Khanate Creation Pill as a currency. Now, the opportunity had finally come. He created the teleportation array not only for the welfare of all living beings in the great desolate world, but also for his own selfish reasons. If you don't want to spend it, then I'll force you to spend it. I don't believe that you can resist not using the teleportation array in front of you. Not only that, this was only the first generation teleportation array. It wouldn't be long before Qianqing would launch the second generation teleportation array. The teleportation distance would undoubtedly be further. At that time, Qianqing would not generously give away the second generation teleportation array for free. Instead, he would use the second generation teleportation array to cover the entire East Sea at his own expense for the living beings of the East Sea to use. Of course, this was not free. If you want to teleport, you can, but give me the Khanate Creation Pill. The further the teleportation, the higher the level of the Khanate Creation Pill needed, and the more expensive it would be. I'll force you to spend the Khanate Creation Pill. As long as the Khanate Creation Pill was not used as a currency and circulated in the great desolate world, Qianqing would not be able to obtain the luck of the currency. He would only be able to obtain the luck of the Tao of alchemy. How could Qianqing tolerate only getting 1 out of 2 portions of great luck? How to force the living beings of the East Sea to spend the Khanate Creation Pill? Qianqing still had a series of plans. In the future, these plans would be imposed on the living beings of the East Sea one by one, making them experience the fear of being dominated by profiteers. Did they really think that Qianqing had been in the East Sea for so long and had nothing to do? He had long been planning in the dark. From this moment on, he would transform into the #1 profiteer of the great desolate world, squeezing the wallets of the living beings of the East Sea at all times. Until he was satisfied. The entire East Sea would become Qianqing's testing ground to verify his way of currency. If he succeeded, he would apply the results to the great desolate world. If he failed, it was not a big deal. He could just push it down and start again. There were so many living beings in the East Sea. There was no way to harvest all of them. It was fine as long as they didn't take root. Senior brother, you're right. I was too narrow-minded. Duobao's voice woke Qianqing up from his thoughts. It's okay. You're still young. You just need to experience more. This is the accumulation of experience. Qianqing smiled and comforted him. A few days later, Qianqing and Duobao set up an altar on Golden Ao Island and placed the first set of teleportation array diagrams on it. The heavenly path is above. Disciple Qianqing, disciple Duobao. Today, I see that the great desolate world is vast and boundless. The living beings from all over the world do not know the vastness of heaven and earth and the vastness of the universe. Therefore, the two of us took pity on them and created a special formation, which we named the Transportation Formation. It connects the north and south, the east and the west. Chapter 306. Let all living beings in the primordial world communicate with each other. Let all living beings in the primordial world know the vastness of the world and the vastness of the universe. Let all living beings understand each other and eliminate the estrangement. May the heavenly Tao be the judge. Below the altar, Enchanting and Duobao reported to the heavenly Tao with solemn expressions. In the deepest part of the boundless void, in the unknown place, the heavenly Tao reacted. A wisp of golden light descended from the void, illuminating a radius of tens of thousands of miles. It illuminated the surroundings of Golden Ao Island. The Xianhuang merit was here. After working for so long, it was finally time to reap the rewards. Vast merit descended from the sky and split into 3 portions. 20% landed on the teleportation array, while the remaining 80% split into 2 and landed on Enchanting and Duobao respectively. With a thought, Enchanting hid the merit into the auspicious cloud and left it for it to use. Duobao did the same. He put away the merit and did not use it to increase his cultivation level. In the primordial world, very few people who aimed at the Great Tao used merit to increase their cultivation level. Even if there were no side effects, they would not use it. After all, in the hearts of the primordial world's great mystical abilities, the cultivation level increased by external forces was not as practical as the cultivation level obtained by one's own hard work. Mingi used merit to increase his cultivation level, but his strength after that was hard to explain in a few words. Before using merit to increase his cultivation level, he could still fight against Tai. But after that, he could not even take a few moves. The drawbacks of using merit to increase one's cultivation level could be seen from this. As for the saints, why did they dare to absorb the power of merit to increase their cultivation level? That was because they had the Hongmeng purple qi in their bodies. Apart from that, the great mystical abilities could not figure it out. Like them, the Nuwa of the 3 pure ones did not like to use merit to cultivate. Why did she suddenly use merit to cultivate? In any case, only the saints had such treasures. Outsiders did not have them. Other than helping people become saints, outsiders did not know what other functions it had. Therefore, after the 6 of them obtained the Hongmeng purple qi, if there was any abnormal behavior, the great mystical abilities could not help but associate it with the Hongmeng purple qi. Buzz buzz buzz, after a series of tremors, the teleportation array was upgraded from an acquired cardinal treasure to an acquired merit cardinal treasure. Its power was comparable to a connate spirit treasure. The teleportation range had also been expanded to the limit. In an instant, one could travel back and forth within the Eastern Sea. Not bad. Nodding his head, Enchanting waved his sleeve and threw the teleportation formation map behind Golden Turtle Island. Rumble. After a loud bang, the teleportation formation slowly spread out. It absorbed the connate qi from all directions and formed a huge teleportation formation on Golden Turtle Island. The next time Junior Marshall Brothers come, enter your coordinates into the formation and set up a set of teleportation formations on your respective immortal islands. This teleportation array will be perfect. In that case, it will be much more convenient for Junior Brothers to travel to and from Golden Ao Island. Enchanting nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the teleportation formation that was still running. Teleportation array? This array formation is interesting. After the teleportation matrix appeared, in the eastern heaven, in Emperor Shi's palace. With a thought, the innate 8 trigrams appeared in Fushi's mind, channeling the power of the 8 trigrams and deducing the secrets of the universe. All kinds of mysteries appeared in Fushi's eyes, allowing him to understand all the structure of the teleportation matrix in an instant. Not only that, under his powerful strength, the teleportation matrix was constantly breaking down, turning into the most basic runes, rearranging and combining, and deducing a new and stronger teleportation matrix. Star-level teleportation matrix. A super teleportation matrix that could cross stars and even galaxies. A world-level teleportation matrix. A teleportation matrix that could cross realms. Needless to say, its power was incomparably powerful. To be able to create the Zhouxing formation, Fuxi had already proven his achievements in the Tao of formations. He was definitely at the peak of the Eldritch world and was not inferior to the Tongtian sect leader. With just a glance at the small teleportation matrix, he could naturally completely understand it and innovate to create a stronger teleportation matrix. The Nine Heaven Celestial Lord is indeed extraordinary. The Xian sect has a successor. Fuxi praised as he came back to his senses. What kind of ingenious thinking to come up with such an exquisite array formation. This Nine Heaven Celestial Lord Xian Qing is really a wonderful person. He has great wisdom. In the Eldritch world, in the Pangu Palace, silver-white light bloomed in Dijiang's eyes. Strands of Tao patterns appeared and constantly intertwined in the air, forming an inexplicable array formation and distorting the void. This was the spatial Tao pattern, the manifestation of the Tao of space in the world, carrying all of his mysteries. In the Tao of formations, although Dijiang did not have any achievements and was far inferior to Fuxi. However, in the comprehension of the Tao of space, he was the true number one in the Eldritch world and the supreme master of space. No one in the Eldritch world could compare to him. He could play with the entire void. Therefore, this kind of array formation that used space had no secrets in his eyes. He could fiddle with and modify it. In just an instant, a teleportation matrix was created out of thin air by Dijiang. Without using any heavenly treasures, it just appeared out of thin air. After another moment, the teleportation matrix suddenly changed. Endless runes appeared and disappeared in it, becoming more profound, more mysterious, and more powerful. Rumble. In the next moment, the void in the major tribes of the sorcerer tribes suddenly distorted, constantly combining and splitting, forming a huge teleportation matrix. This was the Void Dominator. Under Dijiang's supreme power, the void changed at his will and automatically formed a teleportation matrix. He did not even need materials and directly created something out of nothing. It was really shocking. The appearance of the teleportation matrix was obviously more useful to the demon race and the sorcerer tribe than to the Jie school. To the Jie school, the teleportation matrix could only make it more convenient for the disciples of the Jie school to travel and save a lot of time. It was not considered a big use. However, to the sorcerer tribe and the demon race, it was different. The teleportation matrix could strengthen their cohesion and consolidate the rule of the higher-ups. Although there were many Daluo Jinxian in the sorcerer tribe, it was obvious that they had more ordinary clansmen. It was simply endless. To put it bluntly, the demon race was a huge alliance. There were countless races in it, each with their own divine abilities. Among them, the powerful races lived in the heaven realm and bathed in the light of the stars day and night. As for the weaker races, they lived on the stars in the heavenly cycle. The distance between the heavens and the stars was unimaginably far. The sorcerer tribe had 12 major tribes and countless small and medium-sized tribes all over the primordial world. The distance between them was also extremely far. The Tai Jinxian could still travel freely, but it would be extremely difficult for those clansmen with low realms to go out and walk. In this way, after hundreds of millions of years, between clans and tribes, the higher-ups would not matter, but the lower levels would inevitably be estranged. If the heart was scattered, it would be difficult to gather it again. Therefore, the appearance of the teleportation matrix was especially important. Chapter 307. The various races interacted with each other. The various clans understood each other. It allowed the clansmen to interact freely, bond with each other, and improve communication to eliminate the estrangement. It allowed them to unite and maintain the stability of the clan. At the same time, it could maintain the vitality of the clan. Whether or not they could maintain their vitality was related to the rise and fall of a clan. Only a clan that was full of vitality could continuously improve. A clan that could not maintain its vitality would eventually become the dust of history. Although the teleportation array was not powerful, it had an extraordinary meaning. It was enough to bring earth-shattering changes to the primordial world. Its impact was not only limited to the Magi and Demon clans, but also the entire primordial world. As the teleportation array spread in the primordial world, the east and west were connected, and the north and south were connected. The impact of the cultures and specialties of various places would definitely cause the Khanate creation pill to really circulate. It would completely replace bartering, which was an extremely ancient trading method, and become the only currency in the primordial world. If one wanted to be rich, they had to build roads first. Only when transportation was convenient could wealth circulate. Only then could the Khanate creation pill display its value and gather supreme luck for Xianqing. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years had passed. Dang, 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 on this day, the immortal gathering bell rang again. The melodious sound of the bell echoed in the entire East Ocean, marking the grand event of the East Ocean. The Grand Master of Heaven's lecture was about to begin. All of a sudden, all living beings gathered and rushed towards Golden Ao Island. The number of people was several times greater than the last time. They almost filled the entire Golden Ao Island. The separation of the three pure ones happened too suddenly. There were no signs. The Grand Master of Heaven moved to the East Ocean even more suddenly. As a result, the living beings on the primordial world did not react in time and missed the last lecture. This time, they calculated the timing and rushed to the East Ocean in advance to wait for the Saint's lecture. No, it should be moving to the East Ocean. The Magi and Demon clans were in constant conflict. The atmosphere in the primordial world was getting tenser and tenser. A war could break out at any time. The living beings of the primordial world were not fools. They would not foolishly stay on the ground and wait for death. The overseas region became their choice. The East Ocean was the first in the four seas. With the ancestral dragon and the Grand Master of Heaven guarding it, it naturally became their first choice. Fortunately, the East Ocean was big enough. No matter how many living beings came, it could accommodate them all. Screech. Suddenly, a sharp bird cry came from afar. Then, a five-colored light rapidly approached from the horizon. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at Golden Turtle Island and disappeared into the crowd. That is, Kong Xian. Xianqing narrowed his eyes and recognized the identity of the person. It was the Crown Prince of the Phoenix clan, Kong Xian. I didn't expect him to be here too. Judging from his cultivation, he's still a Tai Jinxian cultivator. I think it's more difficult than I thought to attain the Tao with the innate 5 elements. I reckon that the Phoenix clan can no longer help him. That's why they sent him here to try his luck. Looking in the direction where Kong Xian disappeared, Xianqing silently speculated. Since they both cultivated the Khanate 5 elements Tao, Xianqing knew very well how difficult it was to attain the Tao. Blocking the tribulation of Tao was too difficult. In the untainted land, almost no one could attain the primordial 5 elements Tao with their own abilities. If Kong Xian did not have any outstanding performance to attract the attention of the other 4 sacred beasts, it would be impossible for the Phoenix ancestor to succeed alone. Obviously, Kong Xian did not have any outstanding performance. Therefore, he came out to ask for the guidance of the sage to find the way to attain the Tao. However, the Khanate 5 elements Tao was within reach for Feng Zichen. With the help of the 5 elements sacred beasts and the support of the 5 elements ancestral witch, the Khanate 5 elements Tao belonged to him. It was still useful to form good karma with others. Surprisingly, the Grand Master of Heaven also talked about the mysteries of the Khanate 5 elements Tao in addition to the Shangqing Great Tao. When the countless living beings on the island heard this, they became intoxicated. Their understanding of the world increased by a little. Master is cherishing talent. Xianqing immediately understood the reason behind the Grand Master of Heaven's abnormality. Kong Xian was the first peacock in the world. The Phoenix ancestor was born from the origin of the Khanate 5 elements. He was a god fiend that represented the Khanate 5 elements Tao. He was the top Khanate god fiend in the untainted land. With such talent, it was inevitable that the Grand Master of Heaven, who had always liked to take in disciples, was moved. However, this had nothing to do with Xianqing. Whether Kong Xian became the Grand Master of Heaven's disciple or not, it would not affect him. If he succeeded, he would just have another junior brother. If he failed, he would not lose anything. Junior brothers, please wait a moment. After the lecture, Qianqing stopped the people of the Jie school who wanted to leave. Greetings, eldest senior brother. May I know why eldest senior brother has stopped us? After bowing to Qianqing, Zhao Gongming took a step forward and asked him on behalf of everyone. Senior brother, there is a set of array formation here. Go and set it up. Let me see if you have slacked off on your cultivation recently. As he spoke, Qianqing waved his hand, and thousands of materials for setting up the teleportation array appeared and fell into everyone's hands. There was no more and no less, just one for each person. This, looking at the materials in their hands, everyone was stunned for a moment. They did not know what Qianqing meant by suddenly doing this. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and set it up. You only have 3 years. Junior brothers, if you have not set up the array formation after 3 years, don't blame me for being ruthless. Go to the East Sea Abyss by yourself and come back after killing 10 ferocious beasts of the same realm. If you can't do it, then don't come back. Seeing that everyone was a little stunned, Qianqing said leisurely. His voice was not loud, but to everyone's ears, it was like a thunderclap. Everyone was so scared that their faces turned pale and they were at a loss. As a disciple of a saint, and with a connate spirit treasure in hand, it was not too difficult to kill 10 ferocious beasts of the same realm. However, that was the East Sea Abyss. The East Sea Abyss was one of the most dangerous places in the untainted land. It was also one of the largest gathering places of ferocious beasts in the untainted land. There was no lack of Daluo Jinxian and even sage-to-be super ferocious beasts inside. That was the untainted land's meat grinder. It was the battlefield that truly belonged to Daluo Jinxian. The Daluo Jinxian of the Dragon Clan were fighting a bloody battle with the Daluo-level ferocious beasts there. If the Tai Jinxian went, it would be good enough if they could survive, let alone kill the ferocious beasts. Danger. Ever since they joined the Jie sect, the danger had nothing to do with them. But today, Qianqing's words made them feel a sense of crisis that they had not felt for a long time. Seeing that Qianqing was not joking, everyone looked at each other for a while. Immediately, they did not dare to delay and picked up the array formation to study it. As for resisting, they did not dare to. Chapter 308. If they didn't resist, they would at most head to the East Ocean Abyss. If they resisted, they would be disrespectful to their elders. Not to mention Qianqing's cultivation, just this crime alone was enough to make them face the wrath of the Grandmaster of Heaven. At that time, they would face an even more terrifying punishment. Senior brother, isn't this a little too much? Looking at his nervous junior brothers, Duobao hesitated for a while and said to Qianqing. Too much. Apart from being novel, the teleportation array is not a difficult array. As a disciple of the Jie school, you can't set up a teleportation array in 3 years. What does that mean? I think I don't need to say more. You should understand, Duobao. Array Dao was the foundation of the Jie school. If a teleportation array couldn't be set up in 3 years, it meant that that person didn't have the heart to cultivate. What was the use of keeping such a disciple? Other than leading a bad atmosphere, there was no other use. One day of being a monk, one day of ringing the bell. Qianqing was the eldest senior brother of the Jie school, so he had to bear the responsibility. It was the same for the benefits of his junior brothers, and it was the same for the assessment of his junior brother's standards. How troublesome would it be to refine more than 1,000 teleportation arrays? He could use this opportunity to let the disciples of the Jie school refine them. On one hand, he could test his junior brother's standards. On the other hand, he could complete the refining of more than 1,000 teleportation arrays. It was a good method to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, these junior brothers didn't disappoint Qianqing. They all set up the teleportation arrays within 3 years. Especially Zhao Gongming and Yun Xiao. They completed Qianqing's instructions in less than a month, far surpassing the rest. Good. It seems that all of you have not neglected your cultivation all these years. This makes me very gratified. You have to know that on the path of the Great Tao, you will fall behind if you don't advance. Now that you have left Golden Ao Island and lost Master's restraint, I was really afraid that you would slack off and delay your cultivation. But now it seems that all of you have performed very well and didn't disappoint Master. Looking at everyone, Xianqing's face was full of smiles. Junior brothers, you have worked hard. I happen to have some divine water of chaos here. I'll give it to you. Duobao, take this bottle of divine water of chaos and share it with your junior brothers. As he spoke, Xianqing took out a bottle of divine water of chaos and handed it to Duobao. Although the chaotic divine water was not one of the top 10 divine waters of the primordial world, it was not much inferior to them. In fact, it was even slightly superior. It was an extremely precious treasure. This was the divine water created by the Chaos Spring on the Three Immortal Island. There were a total of 3 pools of mystic clear, and the number was still increasing. Therefore, even though this item was precious, Xianqing didn't feel bad about using it as a reward. Thank you, senior brother. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed to thank him. Junior brother Gongming, junior sister Yun Xiao, junior brother Lu Yu, come forward. After helping everyone up, Xianqing called out the names of 10 people in a row. If there was a punishment, there would be a reward. Xianqing had said that there would be a punishment for failure. Now, he wanted to reward those who performed well. He wanted to encourage everyone to work hard and cultivate. As for those 10 people, they were the first 10 people to finish setting up the teleportation formations. The 10 of you are the top 10 in this test. I'll give you these 10 Creation Dao pills as encouragement. I hope that you will work hard in your cultivation in the future and strive to attain the Great Dao as soon as possible. Taking out 100 Creation Dao pills, Xianqing gave them to Yun Xiao and the others. Thank you, senior brother. After receiving the Creation Dao pills, the 10 of them thanked him in unison. Their tone was filled with excitement, to the point that there was a slight tremor in their voices. 10 Creation Dao pills were equivalent to 10,000 years of cultivation for a Daoyuo Jingxian and 10 million years of cultivation for a Tai Jingxian. In other words, refining them would increase their cultivation by 10 million years out of thin air. How could Yun Xiao and the others not be excited? There's no need to be envious. From now on, every 5,000 years, I will conduct an assessment for you. The top 10 will all receive 10 Creation Dao pills. Those who fail will reflect on their mistakes for 1,000 years. Those who fail twice in a row, I don't need to say anything more. Go to the East Ocean abyss yourself. Seeing the envy in everyone's eyes, Xianqing said with a smile. They had been living a comfortable life for too long. If he didn't give them some pressure, how could they be willing to work hard and cultivate? Thinking about it, after this incident, the strength of the Jia sect would increase exponentially. Before long, many Tai Jingxian would be born. Yes, we will follow senior brother's orders. Everyone said in unison. Other than a few disciples, most of the disciples of the Jia sect agreed with the reward and punishment measures. They were all young people and had a competitive heart. Who would be weaker than others? They would definitely fight for the top 10, no, first place. The morale of the disciples soared, and the providence of the Jia sect increased a little. Good. In the Green Touring Palace, the Grand Master of Heaven noticed the changes in the outside world and couldn't help but cheer. However, this way, Xianqing will be at a disadvantage. With that thought in mind, the Grand Master of Heaven took out a jade seal from his chest. Go and give this 4-elephant seal to your senior brother. The Grand Master of Heaven ordered the fire and water child. The treasures to reward the disciples should have been provided by the Grand Master of Heaven. But now, Xianqing had taken on the responsibility and paid out of his own pocket to reward his junior brothers. In this way, he would inevitably be at a disadvantage. However, how could the Grand Master of Heaven sit and watch his beloved disciple suffer? He immediately decided to give Xianqing a superior grade connate numinous treasure as compensation. As the name suggested, the 4-elephant seal was a connate numinous treasure born from the connate 4 elephants Dao. That's right, the 4-elephant seal was one of the 9 connate numinous treasures that Feng Zichen had been searching for. It was a connate numinous treasure that could preside over the chaos array. In Qianqing's hands, even if others used supreme-grade connate numinous treasures to exchange for it, he would not exchange it. For elephant's seal. I really didn't expect that there would be such benefits to integrating the Jie sect. Holding the 4-elephant seal, Qianqing was extremely excited. In this way, he had already found 5 connate numinous treasures to preside over the chaos array. There were still 4 more to make the array perfect and become the top array in the primordial world. However, this matter could not be rushed. It still depended on fate. Duobao, come to my place. The matter of the Jie sect had come to an end. It was time to continue with his big plan. Therefore, Qianqing called Duobao over. Duobao. In recent years, I've been thinking about it and feel that the current array is too inconvenient. I want to improve it. Therefore, I specially asked you to come over and help me. I wonder if you're willing. On Penglai Island, Qianqing said with a serious face. Improve the current array? Senior brother is really talented. Ordinary people can't think of it. I'm far inferior. Hearing Qianqing's words, Duobao replied excitedly. Chapter 309. Improving the array formation. Just from the name, one could tell that it was a big deal. The impact would definitely be far-reaching. If he succeeded, he would definitely have great merit. Senior brother, how can you teach me? Duobao bowed to Qianqing and asked respectfully for advice. He was not a fool. How could he not see that Qianqing was promoting him? Otherwise, Qianqing could have done the improvement of the array formation and the creation of the teleportation array by himself. There was no need to bring a burden like him and share the merit for nothing. Duobao did not believe that Qianqing could not do it himself. If even he could do it, how could Qianqing's achievements in the Tao of formations exceed his by so much? It was definitely easy for him to do it and do it better. Duobao still had this bit of self-awareness. Duobao, how much do you know about the Tao of refining? Qianqing did not answer Duobao's question. Instead, he asked an unrelated question. When I was on Kunlun Mountain, other than daily cultivation, I often asked my 2 uncle masters for advice. Although I'm not too proficient in the Tao of refining and the Tao of alchemy, I still have some insights. After thinking for a while, Duobao replied humbly. However, looking at his smug face, it was obvious that he did not only have some insights as he said. Qianqing and Duobao were undoubtedly lucky. When the Grand Master of Heaven took them in as disciples, they were the only 2 disciples in the entire Kunlun Mountain. Therefore, the 2 of them were the disciples of the Grand Master of Heaven, but they were actually taught by the 3 pure ones. This was a treatment that the disciples who came later could not enjoy. Therefore, they were lucky. It was also because of this that in addition to having some achievements in the Tao of formations, the 2 of them also had some achievements in alchemy and refining. Especially Qianqing, who could be said to be a great master of 3 Taos. He had already fused 3 Taos and walked out of his own Tao. He could be said to be a great master of a generation. Qianqing had such great achievements. Duobao, who was not weaker than him, would obviously not be that bad either. Cut the crap. How much do you know about the Tao of refining? Seeing Duobao's humble look, Qianqing could not help but pat him and scold him jokingly. This, I can't say either. However, none of the disciples of the Chanism can compare to me in terms of refining weapons. Duobao simply could not think of how to describe his own refining realm. He could not help comparing it to the Chan school disciples. He was not bragging. When he was young, Heavenly Lord Yuanshi taught him the way of refining weapons one-on-one. This was a treatment that even the disciples of Chan school could not enjoy. This treatment was exclusive to Duobao and Qianqing. Moreover, later generations had already proven that Duobao was undoubtedly the most talented disciple among the disciples of the 3 religions. It was only natural that the disciples of Chan school could not compare to him. There was nothing to be surprised about. All right, I got it. Hearing Duobao's words, Qianqing was almost unable to estimate his blacksmithing realm. He could barely be considered a first-rate blacksmith. Currently, the cultivation of the disciples of the Chan school was not high. As a result, their achievements in the way of refining weapons were not very strong. They were far inferior to those of the later generations. It could be said to be inferior to the best, but more than enough to be inferior. Duo Bao was stronger than them. In terms of refining weapons, he could naturally be considered top-notch in the primordial world. The three pure ones share the same origin. They are one family. Alchemy, blacksmithing, and array refinement. These three great Tao are of course one family. They share the same origin. You cultivate three great Taos. I think you should have discovered that there are many similarities between the three great Taos. After a while, Qianqing talked about the relationship between the three great Taos. Yes, these three great Taos are all based on the Khanate runes. They are constantly evolving. It can be considered the same path, but there are three different results. However, their essence is still the same. Duo Bao agreed with Qianqing's words. The Khanate runes were the foundation of everything. All the Khanate Taos were constructed from them. The three pure ones created their own three great Taos through the Khanate runes. However, due to their different philosophies, the three great Taos were expressed differently. It's good that you understand. The array formation I'm talking about is related to the way of refining weapons. Nodding, Qianqing told Duo Bao about his plan. The current array formation has huge restrictions regardless of whether it's connate or postnatal. If you want to activate it, you have to rely on the advantage of a numinous treasure or the power of heaven and earth. It's extremely troublesome to move it. Moreover, the power of the array formation is too great. It can easily envelop a radius of 10,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles, or billions of miles. It causes great damage to the primordial mountains and rivers. Also, when the array formation is set up, it will cause a huge commotion. Unless the enemy takes the initiative to enter the array formation, it will be very difficult to force the enemy into the array formation. In this way, the array formation will lose its effect. Then what's the use of it? These were the drawbacks of the current array formation. Qianqing had spent several years concluding them. Now, he told Duo Bao one by one. Just as senior brother said, most array formations can only passively defend and can't take the initiative to attack. This is indeed a problem. Duo Bao went through the array formation he had mastered in his mind and realized that it was indeed the same as what Qianqing had said. He could not help but agree. Therefore, I want you to imitate the method of refining weapons and refine the array formation into a Dharma treasure. There's no need for the main array formation. As long as you pour in Dharma power or put in a creation pill, you can activate it. In this way, the array formation will become similar to a Dharma treasure. It will undoubtedly be more convenient and easier to control. Most of the drawbacks that I mentioned just now can also be solved. Seeing Duo Bao frowning and thinking, Qianqing waited for a while before telling him the solution. That's right. Qianqing was talking about the array disk of the future. It could be activated with only spirit stones. In the primordial world, there were no spirit stones. There were only Khanate creation pills. According to Qianqing's plan, the only way to fully activate the array disk's power was to use the Khanate creation pill. He did not believe that with the array disk, the primordial world's living beings could still endure not using the Khanate creation pill. This was the second part of Qianqing's plan to stimulate the consumption of the primordial world's living beings. Refining the array formation into a Dharma treasure is a good idea. But, will this work? Although he felt that Qianqing's words made sense, Duo Bao still seemed a little hesitant. Refining the array formation into a Dharma treasure simply subverted his understanding. This idea was too unbelievable. He really did not know how Qianqing's brain worked. He could actually think of such a method. How do you know if it works if you don't try? Anyway, you have nothing to do. Just try a little more here. Even if you fail, it doesn't matter. Just take it as accumulating experience. Qianqing expressed his understanding of Duobao's hesitation. After all, his idea was indeed too shocking. He could guarantee that this method would definitely succeed. But he could not say it to Duobao. Chapter 310. He could not say that the later generations had already used facts to prove the feasibility of the array disk. Wasn't that looking for trouble? By the way, most array formations use connate numinous treasures as the main array. You can start from this aspect and deduce the feasibility of the array disk. The birth of the array disk was the result of the later generations optimizing the array formation for convenience and simplicity. That was the inevitability of the development of the era. What Qianqing and the others did today was nothing more than following the trend of the times. Even if Qianqing and the others did not do anything, the array disk would be born in the future. That was the general trend and could not be defied. Instead of letting outsiders benefit, it was better to leave it to his own family. Therefore, the GS school would accept this merit. Yes, senior brother. No, I've already done everything. Senior brother, what are you doing? Duobao nodded, indicating that he understood. However, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. From what Qianqing had said, it seemed that he was going to leave everything to him. What should Qianqing do? This is your good fortune. It's done. The merit is boundless. If it doesn't work, it's nothing. Just go back and cultivate hard and wait for the future. Qianqing already had enough merit on him. The merit from setting up the array disk was not of much use to him. He might as well give it to Duobao as compensation. Then, junior marshal brother will accept your offer. Seeing that Qianqing's attitude was firm, Duobao did not refuse. There was no need to be polite. He just had to remember this matter in his heart. There would be a day when he would repay him in the future. All right, there's no need to be so serious. It's not a big deal. Waving his hand, Qianqing smiled and comforted him. However, his expression changed and he said seriously, however, it's better to hurry up and refine the array disk. Let's try to refine it as soon as possible. There are countless wise people in the primordial world. If I can think of something, it doesn't mean that they can't. If it's too late and someone else proposes it first, you can't blame others. You can only blame yourself for being incompetent. Wise people could obtain enlightenment from such a major matter that followed the trend of the times. Whoever created the array disk first and created it more perfectly. This merit belonged to the person who obtained it. What Qianqing could do was to tell Duobao about this matter in advance. As for whether or not Duobao could refine the disk array to perfect the array Dao in this period of time, that would depend on his own ability. Whether it succeeded or not, Qianqing wouldn't care. The opportunity had already been given to Duobao. If he couldn't grasp it, then he couldn't blame Qianqing. He could only blame himself for being incompetent. Senior brother, don't worry. Duobao will definitely do his best and be the first to refine the array disk. I will not let the reputation of GS School's array Dao be ruined in my hands. Duobao was still very confident in himself. It's good that you know what you're doing. That's right, when refining the disk array, you can experiment with the teleportation array. This array was created by you, so it will be much easier to improve it. After thinking about it, Qianqing suggested to Duobao. Yes, senior brother, I know. Duobao nodded to show that he understood. That's it then. Senior brother, do you have anything else to do? I won't accompany you here. With that, Qianqing waved his hand and turned to walk towards the quiet room. Now, Qianqing also had a lot of things to do. The plan to stimulate the consumption of the living beings in the East Sea still needed to be perfected. In the quiet room, a ball of immortal fire that was surrounded by clear light appeared. The Dao runes lingered, and it was extremely terrifying. It set off waves of heat, causing the void to distort. This was the Nine Heavens immortal fire, a supreme true fire that was born in the origin of the heaven realm. Its power was boundless, and it was ranked among the top 10 true fires of the primordial world. The essence soul was light and agile, close to the sky. The body was turbid, close to the ground. Therefore, the 9 heavens immortal fire that was born in the origin of the heaven realm contained the connate clear spirit Tao. It specialized in burning the essence soul of people. It was extremely ruthless. Qianqing was from the same sect as the heavens. He basically had all the abilities of the heaven realm. Therefore, the 9 heavens immortal fire was his innate divine ability. He could control it as if it was instinct. Great Tao Furnace, appear. With a command, the great Tao Furnace appeared. It rumbled and floated above the 9 heavens immortal fire. Then, Qianqing formed a Tao seal and controlled the 9 heavens immortal fire. At the same time, he took out several connate spiritual materials and placed them into the great Tao furnace. Yes, that's right. Qianqing was refining artifacts. He planned to take advantage of this period of time to refine some postnatal spiritual treasures and postnatal supreme treasures. As for what to refine, he had an idea. He planned to imitate connate spiritual treasures. In the early years, before the 3 pure ones established their sects, their connate spiritual treasures had been left in the treasury to collect dust. At that time, Qianqing liked to run to the treasury whenever he had nothing to do. As a result, the connate spiritual treasures in the hands of the disciples of the 3 sects were all in Qianqing's hands. Therefore, he knew the functions of the Tao inscriptions contained in the connate spiritual treasures. With these accumulations, it would not be difficult for Qianqing to imitate these connate spiritual treasures. The difficult part was how to make these imitated connate spiritual treasures have the power of the original ones. Fortunately, Qianqing was not imitating connate spiritual treasures to pursue power, but to verify his Tao of refining artifacts. It was not too troublesome. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years had passed. The immortal gathering bell rang again, disturbing the peace of the East Sea and also waking Qianqing up from refining artifacts. Has it been 1,000 years? After returning to his senses, Qianqing stretched but did not plan to go to Golden Ao Island. Now, the Jia sect was on the right track. It did not matter if he, the eldest senior brother, returned or not. It took nearly 1,000 years to refine 9 connate spiritual treasures and 3 connate cardinal treasures. Not bad. In the future, Yun Zhongzi of the Chan sect was famous for imitating connate spiritual treasures. I think he is inferior to me. Looking at the spiritual treasures he had refined, Qianqing said proudly. The 3 connate cardinal treasures were made by Qianqing based on the connate cardinal treasures in the hands of the 3 pure ones. They were the connate Taiji diagram, the connate Panga banner, and the celestial slaying sword formation. The 9 connate spiritual treasures were made by Qianqing based on 9 powerful supreme-grade connate spiritual treasures. They were the 8-view palace lantern, the 3 treasures Jade Rui, the purple lightning hammer, the floating flame flag, the Wuji apricot yellow flag. These 12 spiritual treasures floated in mid-air, surrounded by Tao runes. They were shining with spiritual light and releasing wisps of divine radiance. They looked extraordinary and almost looked real. Of course, it was only in terms of appearance. These imitated spiritual treasures were naturally far inferior to the original in terms of power. They could only be considered average and were worthy of his grade. This power is indeed a little weak. After a while, the novelty gradually faded. When Qianqing looked at these spiritual treasures again, he could not help but feel a little disdainful. He felt that their power was too weak. As imitations of connate spiritual treasures, they should be one of the best among those of the same grade, even if they were not of a higher grade. Chapter 311. How could it be like now? Its power could only be considered ordinary. Other than its appearance being similar to a connate numinous treasure, there was nothing else special about it. It really disappointed Qianqing. It also let down the connate spiritual materials that he had paid. One had to know that if Qianqing used the materials that he had used to refine these numinous treasures to refine other numinous treasures, the power of the resulting numinous treasures would at least double. In that case, Qianqing would suffer a huge loss. It shouldn't be. With my strength, even if I didn't put in much effort, I shouldn't have refined such a weak numinous treasure. Moreover, I put in effort. There must be a problem. There must be a problem that I didn't notice. Qian was a refiner. He had used many precious connate spiritual materials to refine the numinous treasure. No matter what, it should be one of the best among the same grade. In this situation, something must have happened that he did not know about. Then, Qian calmed down and began to deduce silently. Yin-yang Dao patterns appeared and turned into a yin-yang taiji diagram that surrounded his body and rotated endlessly. Under the contrast of the yin-yang taiji diagram, Qian's aura changed drastically. He became more and more ethereal and unfathomable. He was as cold as the heavenly Tao and was infinitely close to the Tao. Tao deduction technique. The Tao derived yin and yang to form heaven and earth. That was the deduction technique recorded in the Grand Pure Tao scripture. Combining the Tao of yin and yang, one could observe heaven and earth, explore the principles of the universe, and observe the universe. All secrets could not be hidden. Fuxi was the peak of the Tao of deduction, and the Grand Pure One was not bad either. It was not that he did not do anything, but that he did nothing. Throughout the history of the primordial world, although the Grand Pure One rarely made a move, most of the benefits of the primordial world were in his hands. In silence, he seized everything and became the biggest winner. It had to be said that this was a true algorithm master. Those who were good at fighting had no outstanding achievements. It was probably referring to people like the Grand Pure One. Then, as the deduction technique passed down by the Grand Pure One, the power of the Tao deduction technique could be imagined. Connate Tao luck? After a while, Qian retracted his spiritual will and looked enlightened. Connate numinous treasures were treasures born naturally in heaven and earth. At the same time, they were one of the manifestations of the connate myriad Tao in the world. Connate numinous treasures and zenith heaven golden immortals could be called Tao appearances. They were the images of Tao in the world. Therefore, they naturally occupied a wisp of connate luck. As long as the great Tao was not destroyed, the innate Tao luck would not be lost. This wisp of connate Tao providence could be said to be the foundation of the connate numinous treasure and Daluo Jingxian. Wasn't Qian making the imitations of the primordial spiritual treasures to divide their primordial Tao luck? No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to tolerate this. Although innate spiritual treasures did not have spiritual intelligence, they were not easily bullied by Qian. Behind them, the will of heaven and earth was in charge. Therefore, under the suppression of the rules of heaven and earth, the power of the innate spiritual treasure imitation refined by Qian was greatly reduced, far beyond his expectations. Master, please show your power. After thinking for a while, Qian raised the replica of the immortal slaying sword formation and suddenly bowed towards the void. As Qian's voice fell, sect leader Tong Tian, who was comprehending the great Tao in green touring palace, suddenly raised his eyebrows. He could not help but open his eyes and look towards Penglai Island. What kind of cultivation base did the Grand Master of Heaven have? How could the matter on Penglai Island be hidden from him? In just an instant, he understood the cause and effect. You have a lot of ideas. Sensing Qian's plan, the Grand Master of Heaven shook his head and laughed. Immediately, he suddenly pointed at the immortal slaying sword formation beside him. Go! Buzz! 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 The immortal slaying sword formation vibrated for a moment and suddenly activated a blood-red sword light. It was extremely sharp and cut through the endless void. It came to Penglai Island and in front of Qian. Thank you, Master. Seeing the sword light, Qian's face was filled with joy. He quickly bowed towards the void. Then, Qian performed a spell and guided the immortal slaying sword light into the immortal slaying painting in his hand. Boom! As the sword light entered the body, the immortal slaying painting suddenly changed. The dazzling sword light exploded, and boundless murderous intent surged, reflecting Penglai Island into a blood-red color. Rise! Qian stretched out his finger, and the Dharma power in his body surged out and poured into the immortal slaying painting, fully activating its power. Innate Tao patterns appeared, densely packed, and formed 4 blood-red long swords around the surroundings, covering the void in all directions and isolating the past from the future. On the swords, blood-red murderous intent flowed, emitting a terrifying power. The 4 swords appeared at the same time, destroying all life and cutting off all future, creating a situation where there was no chance of survival. This was the immortal slaying sword formation. The projection of the real immortal slaying sword formation. Xianqing used the pirated immortal slaying sword formation as a basis to communicate with the real immortal slaying sword formation and borrow its power. In the void, it formed the projection of the immortal slaying sword formation. This formation was extremely powerful and contained endless murderous intent, as if it could destroy the world. Although it was far from the real immortal slaying sword formation, it was not inferior to an ordinary supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure. The method is good, but it's a pity. Looking at the immortal slaying sword formation in the sky, Xianqing suddenly sighed and slowly dispersed the formation. Then, something surprising happened. A gust of wind blew past, and Xianqing's imitation of the immortal slaying sword formation suddenly turned into ashes and scattered between heaven and earth. The immortal slaying sword formation was an innate spiritual treasure, and its power was definitely beyond imagination. How could a small acquired spiritual treasure withstand its power? Previously, it was still supported by the power of the immortal slaying sword formation and could barely maintain its form. But after the power of the immortal slaying sword formation faded, the acquired spiritual treasure naturally could not maintain its form and collapsed. Tisk, tsk, tsk. A one-time Dharma treasure. An explosive weapon. I seem to have accidentally refined something amazing. At this moment, Xianqing sighed with melancholy. It was an instant of brilliance and extreme brilliance. At the cost of exhausting itself, it could erupt with power that was comparable to a supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure. Although it was only a chance to strike, it was enough to attract attention. If the acquired spiritual treasure refined by Xianqing could borrow the power of a corresponding innate spiritual treasure, it would become a spiritual treasure that was explosive. Similarly, if the acquired spiritual treasure could borrow the power of a supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure, it could also erupt with power that was comparable to an innate spiritual treasure. It was just that the price was a little high. The materials used to refine these spiritual treasures were not cabbages that could be found on the roadside. They were all spiritual materials that were nurtured by heaven and earth, and each of them was precious. Xianqing did not care about the consumption of 1 or 2 of them. But he could not bear the consumption of dozens or hundreds of them. Sigh. This spiritual treasure is really useless. Not to mention the consumption of spiritual materials, just borrowing the power of the innate spiritual treasure was a little helpless. Innate spiritual treasures had owners. If he wanted to borrow their power, he had to first get the consent of their owners. It was fine to borrow power once or twice. But if it happened too many times, no matter how good their relationship was, he would gradually get tired of it. Chapter 312. Without a connate cardinal treasure in hand, this kind of refining technique was completely meaningless. No, it was not completely meaningless. At the very least, it gave Xianqing a lot of inspiration. A disposable numinous treasure was very promising. This was completely the prototype of a talisman. It was just that it was in the shape of a numinous treasure. Although the price to pay was a little high, its power was also very extraordinary. What Xianqing had to do now was to try his best to unleash the strongest power at the lowest price and let the disposable Dharma treasure really spread in the primordial world. As for imitating a connate numinous treasure, forget it. The gains did not make up for the losses. It was better to focus on researching disposable Dharma treasures. Xianqing still had the ability to act as soon as he thought of it. In his sea of consciousness, his essence soul trembled and contacted Hongmeng Daozhong on the Ziwei star. Boundless Dao runes crossed layers of space and descended here, causing Xianqing to fall into the deepest state of Dao enlightenment. For a moment, Xianqing's comprehension increased greatly. Countless ideas flashed in his mind, and all kinds of insights surfaced in his mind, allowing him to have a clearer understanding of disposable Dharma treasures. He also had many more ideas to improve it. Just like that, Qianqing was immersed in improving the disposable Dharma treasures. Time passed just like that without anyone noticing. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. Boom! On this day, black and yellow merits suddenly fell from the sky, causing a boundless phenomenon and waking Qianqing up from his Tao enlightenment. That place, it's Duobao. Looks like the array disk has been completed. Looking in the direction of the commotion that attracted merit was where Duobao was. There was no need to think too much. The array disk must have been completed. Otherwise, the heavenly Tao would not have given so much merit. Just as Qianqing was thinking, the merit in the sky moved. It was like a golden waterfall, mighty and majestic. If not for the fact that the Three Immortal Island was protected by the Khanate array, it would have attracted the attention of many powerful beings. When the merit fell, 20% of it landed on Qianqing's head to reward him for teaching Duobao. The remaining 80% of the merit landed on Duobao. He put it away and stored it in his sea of consciousness to protect the clarity of his spirit platform. Looking at the time, it's not far from the day of Master's lecture. I should start the next stage of the plan. Looking at the newly refined Dharma treasures in front of him, Qianqing smiled. He waved his hand and put them away. Then, he walked towards Duobao. The amount of spiritual materials required to refine this magic treasure was 90% less than the previous one. Of course, due to the lack of materials, the prowess of the artifact had also been reduced correspondingly. However, it was not a big problem. There was nothing perfect in the world. Qianqing was already very satisfied to be able to achieve this step. After Qianqing's modification, the power of these acquired spirit treasures had undergone earth-shaking changes. When an inferior acquired spirit treasure erupted with its full power, it was equivalent to the full power strike of an early Daluo Jingxian expert. The full power of a middle-grade acquired spirit treasure was equivalent to the full power strike of a mid-stage Daluo Jingxian expert. And so on. Activating the acquired spiritual treasure with all his strength was equivalent to Daluo Jingxian attacking. Of course, these acquired spiritual treasures only had one chance to strike. After that, they would vanish into thin air. Otherwise, the power of these acquired spiritual treasures would be too strong. They would be even stronger than innate spirit treasures. This was unrealistic. As for the acquired supreme treasures, perhaps because Qianqing had not broken through to the sage-to-be, no matter how hard he tried, he could not raise the power of the acquired supreme treasures to the sage-to-be level. He could only reach the level of a half-step sage-to-be. However, this did not matter. If he really reached the sage-to-be level, the acquired supreme treasures would be useless. Without a doubt, the acquired supreme treasures at the sage-to-be level were used to deal with Daluo Jingxian and the sage-to-be. But facing them, the strong naturally had no fear. But the weak did not even have the chance to make a move. In the face of absolute strength, the weak could not even take out their weapons. "Senior brother, look!" Seeing Qianqing, Duobao ran to his side excitedly and handed the silver array disc in his hand to him as if he was presenting a treasure. This was a space array disc. The first array disc in the primordial world. Duobao spent thousands of years and countless spiritual materials to finally refine it. This array disc was originally an acquired supreme treasure. Later, with the blessing of merit, it had been promoted to an acquired supreme treasure of merit. Its function was similar to the space array diagram, but it was more convenient and simple. But at the same time, there were gains and losses. In terms of power, the array disk was undoubtedly much smaller than the array diagram. It was about 10 times more. Very good. You didn't disappoint me. Duobao, can you do me another favor? Qianqing first nodded to express his appreciation for Duobao. Then, he suddenly changed the topic and said to him. Yes, what other orders do you have, senior brother? Please tell me. Duobao will do his best to complete it. Now, no matter what Qianqing asked Duobao to do, he would probably not refuse. It's not a big deal. I urgently need a batch of space array disks now. So, I'll have to trouble you to help me make a batch of space array disks here. Before Master's sermon begins, make as many as you can. I need them urgently. These space-arrayed discs were related to Xian Qing's next plan. Therefore, he had to continue to catch Duo Bao as a strong man. Ah! Again. Hearing this, Duo Bao's face could not help but turn bitter. All these years, he didn't know how many spatial arrayed discs he had refined, to the point that he wanted to vomit. If it weren't for the fact that he had merit to support him, he would have quit long ago. Now, he had finally been freed. Before he could rest, he was caught by Xian Qing again. His bitter expression was already good enough. Of course, even so, Duo Bao did not refuse. He forced himself to focus, grabbed the materials, and continued to refine the disc array. Duo Bao, you're using this to refine weapons? Master has so many primordial cauldrons, why don't you ask for one? After a while, Xian Qing suddenly realized that something was amiss. The Dao cauldron that Duo Bao used to refine treasures was actually only at the postnatal cardinal level. This was too inconceivable. That's many treasures. Many treasures, many treasures, many riches, many treasures. One was born with fate with connate numinous treasures. How could he not have a Xiantian cauldron? After all, the true body of many treasures was the treasure-snatching rock outside the Purple Cloud Palace. The treasure-snatching rock that held countless connate numinous treasures. It could be said that more than half of the connate numinous treasures in the entire primordial world had been placed on the treasure-snatching rock. Countless years ago, when many great masters were still young, they had used various methods to collect connate numinous treasures on the treasure-snatching rock. That was why many great masters did not lack connate numinous treasures. Otherwise, with the exception of a small number of innate saints, the rest of the great mediums should be poor. They would only have their connate numinous treasures with them. Other than that, there was nothing else. Chapter 313. After obtaining the innate spiritual treasures from the treasure-snatching rock, those great mediums directly left the chaos beyond the heavens. Only Tong Tian's sect leader thought of the treasure-snatching rock's extraordinariness and took it away before leaving. As for those great mediums who had yet to leave, when they saw this scene, they could not help but feel regret and secretly scold themselves for being stupid. The treasure was right in front of them, but they did not realize it. They deserved to be inferior to others. Think about it, how could the treasure-snatching rock be used by a Tao ancestor to store innate spiritual treasures? An ordinary innate stubborn rock was undoubtedly a supreme treasure. It was a pity that they were so stupid that Daoist Shangqing obtained this fortune. Thinking about it made their hearts ache. However, Daoist Shangqing obtained the treasure-snatching rock and wanted to refine it into a spiritual treasure. Unfortunately, the treasure-snatching rock left the chaos beyond the heavens and was infected by the primitive spiritual qi, giving birth to a trace of spiritual intelligence. As such, Daoist Shangqing could not bear to do it and placed the treasure-snatching rock in Mount Kunlun, allowing it to seize the fortune of the heavens and earth and invade the spiritual opportunity of the sun and moon, waiting for the day when it could transform. This was the origin of many treasures. Those innate spiritual treasures had stayed on many treasures for an unknown period of time and had long left indelible marks. And these marks were fate. It was the indelible fate that those innate spiritual treasures had with many treasures. Back then, the number of innate spiritual treasures on the treasure-snatching rock was simply innumerable. Even though some of them were taken away by those great mediums, there were still many left. They were scattered into the wilderness by the Tao ancestor and left for the fated person. Many treasures was the fated person. If the innate spiritual treasures lying on the treasure-snatching rock in the past did not meet their destined owner. When they saw many treasures and sensed that familiar aura, they would automatically fly into his hands. Therefore, no matter where many treasures went, there would be innate spiritual treasures throwing themselves into his arms. This was the fate of the past and outsiders could not be envious. For such a person, it would be unreasonable if he did not have a cauldron of innate spiritual treasures. Senior Marshal Brother, there were no cauldrons of innate spiritual treasures on the treasure-snatching rock in the past. Therefore, I am not fated with them and cannot take them easily. Many treasures replied with a bitter smile, as if he had thought of something bad. The more powerful one was, the more one needed to be restricted. Duobao's fortune was so heaven-defying that it naturally had all kinds of drawbacks. Duobao could take any primordial spiritual treasure that was not on the treasure-snatching rock, but he could never refine it. Otherwise, it would definitely damage one's luck and cause a calamity to befall them. Perhaps in the future, Duobao had probably taken a connate numinous treasure that he should not have taken. That was why he had caused the calamity to befall him. As a result, he was involved in the God-confirmant tribulation and was suppressed by the Grand Pure One. Otherwise, how could myriad treasures, who had the providence of so many connate numinous treasures, encounter a tribulation? Being free and unfettered was the treatment he deserved. It was also later on that myriad treasures scattered all his connate spiritual treasures, and his providence returned to its peak. This allowed his cultivation to soar all the way, and he became a top-notch great medium, shaking the 3 realms and 6 Tao with his might. There were gains and losses, and that was it. You're still complaining? Do you know how many people in the primordial world envy your luck? Seriously, seeing Duobao's look of disdain, Xianqing pointed at him and was speechless. Almost half of the connate spiritual treasures in the primordial world were fated with him, but he was still complaining. A full man did not know the hunger of a hungry man. If outsiders were to find out about this, who knew how jealous they would be? Senior brother, you don't understand. The feeling of not being able to refine a connate spiritual treasure when it is right in front of you is tormenting. It's simply heart-wrenching. Shaking his head, Duobao's expression was a little melancholic, as if they did not understand. Due to his nature, Duobao had an extraordinary love for connate spiritual treasures. When he saw them, he wanted to take them for himself. However, there were some connate spiritual treasures that he could not refine. This made him, who loved treasures very much, feel very uncomfortable. Haha. Xianqing could only sneer at Duobao's pretentiousness. Why didn't he feel troubled when the connate spiritual treasure threw itself at him? Now, he was complaining. He was still too greedy. However, Xianqing did not say anything. That was Duobao's nature. He could only change it himself. Outsiders could not interfere. The path of the great Tao was long. If he wanted to walk for a long time, he had to abide by his heart and be firm in his beliefs. However, it was not a good thing to suppress one's nature. It would breed external demons and affect one's Tao heart. The balance between the two could only be grasped by oneself. Outsiders really could not help. You're using this postnatal cardinal treasure to refine artifacts. How about this? I'll teach you a mystical ability. In the future, even if you use this technique to refine pills and artifacts, it will be much better than using postnatal cardinal treasures. This was the era of the connate. Wasn't it a joke to use postnatal cardinal treasures in this era? Was it worthy of refining a postnatal cardinal treasure into a connate spiritual object? Moreover, how could a postnatal cardinal treasure be compared to a connate spiritual treasure? The difference in essence would definitely lead to a huge difference in the things they refined. Based on this thought, Xianqing could not stand it anymore. He wanted to impart a supreme mystical ability to Duobao so that he could escape the embarrassment of using a postnatal cardinal treasure. As for a cauldron-type connate spiritual treasure, Xianqing did not dare to give it. If it ruined Duobao's connate Tao luck because of this, it would be a huge sin. When the day came when Duobao could possess a connate spiritual treasure as he wished, it would mean that he had reached perfection and achieved Tao. That would be the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Comprehend it well. Xianqing pointed at Duobao and imparted everything about the heaven and earth furnace to him. The heaven and earth furnace used heaven and earth as the furnace, yin and yang as the coal, and creation as the fire to refine everything in the world. Whether it was refining artifacts, refining pills, or fighting enemies, it was very useful. It could be said to be omnipotent. At first, this mystical ability was the most ordinary mystical ability. However, after Feng Zichen verified it with heaven and earth many times, it had already undergone a transformation and sublimated into a supreme mystical ability. Senior brother is so talented. After digesting the information in his sea of consciousness, Duobao's face was full of admiration. abandoning all external objects and borrowing the power of heaven and earth to form a spiritual treasure. Its power was not inferior to a connate spiritual treasure. This technique was called using Tao to develop artifacts. It was the highest achievement in the path of refining artifacts. In the primordial world, there were very few people who could do this. They were all great figures who shocked the primordial world. For Xianqing to be able to do this, one could imagine how powerful his methods were. I didn't create this mystical ability. It was created by my good friend, the Zichen clan. Therefore, without his permission, you must not spread this mystical ability. Ignoring Duobao's flattery, Xianqing said with a serious face. He believed that it would not be long before his two bodies, Xianqing and Feng Zichen, would meet in the East Sea. Now, he had to make some preparations in advance to avoid trouble in the future. Chapter 3:14. Today, he would inform Duobao about this matter. Tomorrow, he would inform the disciples of Jie school. Before long, the news that Xianqing and Feng Zichen were best friends would spread throughout the East Ocean. At that time, the exchange of numinous treasures between the two of them would not seem so abrupt. The sea-calming divine pearl had to be given to Feng Zichen to increase the grade of the chaos bead. As for the one origin Tao talisman, it had to be given to Xianqing to help him establish the Tao of talismans. In this way, it was very important to publicize the relationship between the two of them in advance. After all, it was normal for good friends to exchange numinous treasures in the primordial world. Zichen clan? Primordial sword ancestor. Senior brother is actually good friends with the sword ancestor. This is really unexpected. Feng Zichen's name was known by everyone in the primordial world. Duobao naturally knew about it. He created something out of nothing and opened up a connate Tao. It was difficult not to know such a person. His home is on the edge of the East Ocean. What's so strange about him being familiar with me? Shaking his head, Xianqing said indifferently. This was deliberately done by him. The more carefree he appeared, the more it reflected the close relationship between the two of them. Don't worry, senior brother. Without the sword ancestor's permission, I will never teach this divine ability to others. Duobao hurriedly promised. I'm not worried about you. Nodding, Xianqing urged, all right, I've already taught you the divine ability. It's time for you to get down to business. Hurry up and help me refine the teleportation array disk. The more, the better. Senior brother, the gap here is a little big. Without waiting for Duobao to reply, Xianqing waved his hand and took out the void stone. Then, he used the heaven and earth furnace to refine the teleportation array disk. The teleportation array disk was of great use to him. When Duobao saw this, he did not dare to hesitate. He quickly used the heaven and earth furnace that he had just learned and began to refine the teleportation array disk. After all, he was a top-notch connate god fiend. His comprehension was extremely high. Even a supreme divine ability like the heaven and earth furnace could be learned in an instant. It's about time. It's time to go to Golden Turtle Island. At a certain moment, Xianqing sensed something. He pinched his fingers and calculated the time. He realized that there were still 100 years before the Grand Master of Heaven's next lecture. Duobao, I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. After 60 years, take the teleportation formation disk that you refined and look for me outside Golden Turtle Island. Xianqing turned his head and said to Duobao. Then, he put away the teleportation formation disk that the two of them had refined over the years and rushed to Golden Turtle Island. Before Duobao could reply, Xianqing's figure disappeared. It could be seen that he left in a hurry. Daluo Jingxian drifted outside of time and space. Distance had long lost its meaning to them. To them, as long as time and space were not sealed, they could cross thousands of rivers and mountains and go back and forth between the past and the future with a single thought. In the blink of an eye, they traveled hundreds of millions of miles. To Xianqing, the distance between Penglai Island and Golden Turtle Island was only a step away. Therefore, as soon as Xianqing finished speaking, he had already arrived near Golden Turtle Island. However, after Qianqing arrived, he did not directly enter the island. Instead, he wandered around Golden Turtle Island. At this moment, there was still 100 years before the Grand Master of Heaven's sermon. However, the primordial creatures that had come because of its reputation had already filled the nearby sea. Qianqing looked over and saw that all he could see were the primordial creatures. They were densely packed and could not be seen at a glance. It was a vast expanse of darkness. If this was not the Saint's Taoist field, Qianqing believed that the people here would have already started fighting. It would definitely not be such a quiet, peaceful, and harmonious scene. However, it did not matter. What he wanted was to have more people. This place was just what he wanted. It was also very suitable for the next step of his plan. This is it. After wandering around the nearby sea for a while, Qianqing's eyes lit up. He found a place that he was satisfied with and immediately stopped there. Then, he gently tapped his right foot. Auspicious clouds suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea and spread out evenly. They were about 10 feet in radius. Then, Qianqing's hand shook. The teleportation formation disk that he had refined earlier automatically appeared on the auspicious clouds and was placed side by side. It was like a small stall. That's right. Qianqing's plan was to set up a stall here to sell the teleportation formation disk while there were many people here. Of course, selling the teleportation formation disk was just a side benefit. His real goal was to promote the circulation of the Khanate creation pill. Humans had a herd mentality. As long as he set up a stall here and earned the Khanate creation pill, there was no need to think too much. There would definitely be people who would follow suit and set up a stall here in order to earn the Khanate creation pill. Humans were all profit-seeking. It was hard for people not to be tempted when they saw the benefits. Of course, in the primordial world, there was no lack of people who were dedicated to pursuing the Tao. However, those who pursued the Tao also needed to cultivate. The reason why the Khanate creation pill could become a currency was that it had extraordinary value in itself. It could help people cultivate. No one could refuse it. Therefore, Qianqing's plan to set up a stall was very promising. In this way, the circulation of the Khanate creation pill would definitely be greatly accelerated. Thus, Qianqing would obtain the luck of the primordial world currency. This was his real goal. Setting up a stall was just a method. If the effect was obvious, he would open a shop or even a chamber of commerce. Qianqing was willing to try any method that could make the Khanate creation pill circulate. Even if he had to become the biggest profiteer in the East Sea, he would not hesitate. As for setting up a stall alone, would it have such a great influence? Qianqing expressed that there was no problem at all. The GS school did not have many things, but they had many disciples. As long as the stall was effective, believe it or not, all the disciples of the GS school would take out the treasures that they did not need and sell them in the East Sea to stimulate the circulation of the Khanate creation pill. He believed that the next time the living beings of the primordial world came to listen to the Grand Master of Heaven's sermon, they would find that the vicinity of Golden Ao Island was filled with stalls. The treasures sold by the stalls would also make them willingly take out the Khanate creation pill. With this thought in mind, Qianqing took out a wooden sign and wrote down the function of the teleportation array disk in detail. He also marked the price and sold it publicly. The teleportation array disk is within hundreds of millions of miles. As long as you put in the spatial coordinates, you can reach it in an instant. Price: 100 Enyang creation pills. And Qianqing's strange actions naturally attracted the attention of many people. Teleportation array disk, what's that? Why have I never heard of it? Within hundreds of millions of miles, you can reach it in an instant. There's actually such a treasure in the world? Doesn't that mean that even if we don't have the cultivation of Tai Jingxian, we can still use this treasure to travel through the void? Seeing the introduction of the teleportation array disk, everyone was puzzled at first. Then, they gradually understood. In the end, everyone completely understood the function of the teleportation array disk. Chapter 315. This teleportation array. It was really used for escaping. Bah. A supreme treasure that could be used to hasten one's journey. With it, he would not have to fly slowly on his own in the future. As long as he activated the teleportation array disk, he would arrive at his destination with a whoosh. It was really too convenient. At the same time, with the teleportation array disk, he would be much more relaxed when fighting with others. If he really could not win, he could use the teleportation array disk to leave. He would not be in such a sorry state like before, or even lose his life. This treasure called the teleportation array disk was very useful. Looking at the teleportation array disk, for a moment, everyone's breathing could not help but become heavy. Their eyes were also filled with desire. Obviously, they were excited. Looking at their eager eyes and listening to their heavy breathing, if Xianqing did not have Daluo Jingxian's cultivation, he would really be afraid that they would pounce on him and snatch him away. No one doubted that the teleportation array disk's function would be fake. Because on Xianqing's body, the vast and profound aura that was like the great Tao, was all showing his cultivation. Daluo Jingxian. No matter how useless a Daluo Jingxian was, he would not come out to deceive them, Tai Jingxian, and Golden Immortals. Because he really could not afford to lose that person. To be able to deceive cultivators of the same level was called ability. To deceive cultivators with higher cultivation than oneself was courting death. And Daluo Jingxian deceived cultivators who had not attained the Tao. If word got out, he would definitely become the laughing stock of the primordial world. He would not be able to live anymore. Therefore, when everyone confirmed the Xianqing realm, they also confirmed the ability of the teleportation array disk. Taoist priests, how do I use this teleportation array disk? After a while, a person mustered up his courage and walked forward to ask Xianqing. This person's body was similar to a goat. He was obviously a creature from the primordial world. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was for him to come to the East Sea. If he had the teleportation array disk, then it would not be as troublesome for him to come to the East Sea Golden Ao Island in the future. This item was especially important to him. Therefore, he could not help but muster up his courage and be the first to ask Xianqing. Since the Taoist priests had already publicly sold transmission array disks, then his question shouldn't be too abrupt, right? Looking at Xianqing in front of him, that person felt uneasy. This was the first time he had come into such close contact with Daluo Jingxian. Nervousness was unavoidable. With a single 5 elements creation pill, it can teleport you 1,000,000 kilometers away. With a single yin-yang nature pill, it can teleport millions of miles. So on and so forth. The more innate pills of fortune there are, the further the teleportation distance. Xianqing said leisurely as he glanced at the person who had just arrived. This person definitely did not have a great background. Otherwise, he would not have come all the way to the East Sea's Golden Turtle Island to listen to Tongtian's preaching. One had to know that the Grand Master of Heaven was not the only one who would preach the Tao every 1,000 years. The 2 saints from Kunlun Mountain's Jade Void Palace and Shouyang Mountain's Baoying Palace were also preaching the Tao. All living beings in the primordial world could listen to them. However, one of the 2 saints did not accept disciples, and the other did not like demons. It was impossible for everyone to try their luck there. It was better to come to the Grand Master of Heaven. If they were lucky enough, he might take a fancy to them and accept them as disciples. Even if they were just in-name disciples, everything would be different. Their fates would be completely changed, and they would have the possibility to aspire to the great Tao. Therefore, although the 3 pure ones were preaching the Tao, the number of people who came to listen to the Grand Master of Heaven was obviously higher than the other 2 saints. In fact, the number of people who came to listen to the Tao from the other 2 saints was not as many as the number of people who came to listen to the Grand Master of Heaven. In the primordial world, the most popular and famous saint was none other than the Grand Master of Heaven. After all, he was the only one in the primordial world who said that there was no discrimination in education and took action for it. I want one of those Taoist priests. Gritting his teeth, that person took out 100 yin-yang nature pills and handed them to Xianqing. Looking at him, one could tell that if he took out 100 yin-yang nature pills, he would probably lose half of his wealth. However, Xianqing did not give him a discount because of this. As the first person to use the Connate nature pills to trade, if the Connate nature pills became popular in the primordial world, he would naturally get a share of the luck. Although he did not know it himself, this was already a great blessing. He did not need Xianqing to give him anything else. Do you think it's expensive? After accepting the Yinyang nature pills, Xianqing picked up a teleportation array disc and personally handed it to him. No. It's worth it. It's definitely worth it. That person took the teleportation array disc with a face full of fear and said repeatedly. Daluo Jingxian personally handed over the item. He had never enjoyed such treatment before. After today, he would have the confidence to brag to others. This was capital. Don't be nervous. What's your name? Xianqing smiled and asked. Greetings, celestial supremacy of the 9 heavens. Blessed with good fortune, Mo Yang understood Xianqing's identity and bowed to him. Greetings, celestial supremacy of the 9 heavens. Praise the celestial supremacy of the 9 heavens, the sect of alchemy, the king of heaven, the virtuous spiritual emperor, Wuji immeasurable. At the same time, everyone bowed to Xianqing and praised him. The celestial supremacy of the 9 heavens represented the Taoist priests of the celestial sect of wonders. The sect of alchemy represented the ancestor of Qi pills. The king of heaven represented the same sect as heaven. The virtuous spiritual emperor represented the emperor of the spirit clan. Wuji immeasurable represented extreme nobility and brilliance. It was everyone's blessing to Xianqing, wishing him to become primordial chaos as soon as possible. Get up. Xianqing looked at the people in front of him and said lightly. Immediately, a gentle force appeared. It was invisible and intangible and lifted everyone up. Thank you, celestial supremacy. After getting up, everyone thanked Xianqing. Poor Wei is Xianqing, a disciple of the celestial sect of wonders. I'm sure all of you have heard of the name of Poor Wei. Xianqing smiled and introduced himself. The Tao of the Celestial Supremacy's Qi Establishment Pill was developed and the Connate Creation Pill was developed to benefit all living beings in the primitive world. It is really a boundless merit. We have all received the kindness of the Celestial Supremacy. Naturally, we know the name of the Celestial Supremacy. Anyone who had used the Connate Creation Pill to cultivate was considered to have received the favor of Xianqing and owed him a favor. That was why everyone bowed to Xianqing. Otherwise, why would they bow to Xianqing? Did they really think that the living beings of the primitive world were so lowly that they would bow to Daluo Jingxian when they saw him? That was impossible. Under the influence of Pangu, the pride of the living beings of the primitive world was innate. If it was not someone they recognized, even if they were killed, they would not bow their heads. This kind of innate arrogance and unyielding spirit was something that the later generations could not compare to. It could only be said that the hearts of the later generations were bad. They became more selfish and more profit-driven, gradually deviating from the heart of seeking Tao. This was also the reason why the cultivators of the later generations could not compare to the cultivators of today. Chapter 3:16. It was not that the current method was inferior to the ancient method. It was not that the cultivation environment was inferior to the past. It was that the human heart had changed and deviated from the Tao. Let's ask, how could one achieve great things if they were different from the Tao? This teleportation array disc is indeed a little expensive. Everyone remained silent, but Xianqing took the initiative to speak. Xianqing was so blunt that everyone present did not know how to respond. Expensive, of course it was expensive. However, the Immortal Supremacy had personally come to sell it. How could everyone say that it was expensive? Were they still giving the Immortal Supremacy face? As for the Immortal Supremacy saying that it was expensive, that was someone else's item. Naturally, they could say whatever they wanted. However, if they continued to speak, it would be troublesome if they angered the Immortal Supremacy. After all, no one knew what kind of medicine the Celestial Venerable had up his sleeve. Therefore, silence was the best choice at this moment. This teleportation array disc was created by junior brother Poor Wei, the second disciple of Jie's school, Duo Bao Immortal Lord, with painstaking efforts and thousands of years. Ignoring everyone's reaction, Enchanting began to talk about the origin of the teleportation array disk. His original intention of refining this treasure was to benefit all living beings in the primordial world so that the people of the world would no longer have to travel long distances and so that they could travel freely in the primordial world and the endless starry sky. Letting the world see the vastness of the world and know the vastness of the universe can be considered his merit. Originally, this treasure should have been provided to everyone for free. However, after thinking about it, we felt that this matter was inappropriate. After all, this array disk contains Dwabao's painstaking efforts. If it is given away freely, the people of the world will inevitably look down on it. If this treasure is looked down upon because of this, what will happen to Duobao? Therefore, the poor Wei set the price of 100 Enyang creation pills for this teleportation array disk to reflect the preciousness of this treasure. It's also good to let the world know that creation is not easy to come by. They should cherish it. There is no free good thing in this world. In the primordial world, no matter what the initial goal was, the first thing to do was to find a name that was considerate of all living beings in the primordial world and add it to their own head. This way, they would be able to occupy the righteous status and gain the recognition of all living beings in the primordial world. It would undoubtedly be much more convenient to do things. After all, who would dare to stop him from helping all living beings in the primordial world? Did he not want to live anymore? Everyone in the primordial world could drown him with a mouthful of saliva. Also, did he really think that human Tao did not exist? When all the living beings of the great desolate Aeon unanimously cursed a person, the might of the human Tao would definitely descend. At that time, even a saint would not be able to survive. That was what Enchanting was doing now. Regardless of whether his goal was to promote the Khanate creation pill or not. In any case, the transportation formation disk did indeed bring benefits to the great desolate Aeon. There was nothing to question about this. Therefore, when Enchanting used this point to talk about things, it seemed very reasonable and righteous. No one could say anything about it and it was quite infectious. At the very least, he believed it himself. Do you understand? In the end, Enchanting even pretended to ask the silent crowd. We understand Venerable Immortal's efforts. After Enchanting finished speaking, everyone hurriedly bowed to him excitedly. Their faces were filled with gratitude. It was truly a sight to behold. As for whether or not they were truly moved, that was something that no one knew. However, this was not important. Seeing the gratitude on everyone's faces, Enchanting knew that his goal had been achieved. It did not matter if it was true or not. Alright, poor Wei also knows that the transportation formation disk is a little expensive. 100 Enyang creation pills is half a lifetime savings for most Tai Jingxian. Therefore, fellow Taoists who really can't afford the transportation formation disk can get a free refining method of the transportation formation from poor Wei. The function of this transportation formation is similar to the transportation formation disk, but it's not as convenient. After all, he had to take into account the reputation of the Jie school. Enchanting did not go to the extreme and decided to spread the refining method of the transportation formation disk. Of course, Enchanting would not provide the materials. They would have to collect these materials themselves. As for whether they could set up the transportation formation in the future, that had nothing to do with Enchanting. They could only rely on their own abilities. Thank you for your kindness, Venerable Immortal. Everyone hurriedly thanked him when they heard that. 100 creation pills was too much. If they were to take it out, it would really hurt everyone. Thank you for your kindness, Immortal Lord of Many Treasures. Praise to the Immortal Lord of Many Treasures. There will be no disasters and no tribulations. Your merit is boundless. After that, everyone bowed in the direction of Golden Ao Island to thank Many Treasures for creating the transportation formation disk. Fellow Taoists, there's no need to be so polite. Enchanting waved his hand. He first lifted everyone up and then continued. Fellow Taoists, if you can't set up the transportation formation on your own, you don't have to worry too much. Soon, poor Wei will lead all of you to set up the transportation formation on the various islands of the East Sea. the entire East Sea will be connected. It will be convenient for the living beings of the East Sea to communicate. Qianqing had long planned for this. Now that the living beings of the East Sea were gathered, he would make it public. If the transportation formation was completed, it would not be too much to collect some creation pills as travel expenses, right? In this way, wouldn't it stimulate the consumption of the living beings of the East Sea? Qianqing's goal of speeding up the circulation of the creation pills could also be achieved. And the living beings of the East Sea could benefit from it. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Qianqing's words completely shocked everyone. They hurriedly bowed and were about to kowtow to Qianqing again. However, just as everyone was about to move, they saw Qianqing waving his hand. A huge force descended and interrupted their movements, preventing them from bowing. I told you not to be so polite, but you're still so, Qianqing smiled helplessly. Celestial Lord's great virtue is really admirable. Celestial Lord, seeing that they could not continue bowing, everyone praised him. Unfortunately, Qianqing had long been immune to praises. No matter how much everyone praised him, it could not move him. Fellow Taoists, since Poor Wei has returned to the East Sea, he has to protect the peace of this place. Poor Wei does not care about the matters of the sea. However, I have to take care of the matters on the surface of the sea. In the future, if there are any more people who commit crimes, don't blame Poor Wei's ninth heaven seal for being merciless. After a while, when everyone gradually quieted down, Qianqing suddenly said sternly. At the same time, the ninth heaven seal automatically appeared and surrounded Qianqing, releasing a terrifying power. The void was distorted, and the rules were chaotic. This was a declaration of sovereignty. As a Khanate god-fiend born in the East Sea, Qianqing was the most orthodox ruler of the East Sea. In the past, he was not in the East Sea, so it was fine. But now, he had returned from Kunlun Mountain. This East Sea naturally had to follow his rules. Chapter 3:17. Today, Qianqing wanted to tell everyone in the East Sea and the countless living beings in the untainted land that the ruler of the East Sea had returned. From now on, His Majesty would cover the entire East Sea. That chaotic and disorderly East Sea would become history. Everything in the East Sea would operate according to his will. It had been hundreds of millions of years since the Duke of the East Sea had died. Today, Qianqing officially announced to the untainted land outside Golden Ao Island. He was the ruler of the East Sea. He would become the new ruler of the East Sea after the Duke of the East Sea and command everything in the East Sea. As the only perfected golden immortal among the remaining Khanate god-fiends in the East Sea, Qianqing was qualified to be the ruler of the East Sea. That was because the other Daluo Jingxian had the status, but their realms were too weak. If they rashly took the position, it would be difficult to convince the masses and cause a lot of trouble. Only Qianqing, who had the status and strength, could replace the Duke of the East Sea who had returned to the Great Tao and become the new ruler of the East Sea. Rumble. The moment Qianqing's aura erupted, the wind and clouds in the sky above the East Sea changed. There were rules manifesting, and a vast power descended, suppressing the entire East Sea. Whoosh! Under this huge power, the entire East Sea was churning, setting off monstrous waves. All the islands were trembling, buzzing, and triggering the East Sea spirit veins. Then, in this series of changes, the East Sea underwent an extremely shocking change. A huge land suddenly appeared on the surface of the East Sea. Its figure was looming, surrounded by laws, interweaving into an endless scene, magnificent. It also exuded an ancient aura, as if it was the carrier of Tao, with boundless Tao. This was the Ziji state. The head of the male immortals in the world, the Duke of the East Sea. It was also the location of the former third most powerful force in the untainted land, the Purple Mansion. Today, after Qianqing announced that he had officially become the ruler of the East Sea, the Ziji state that had disappeared for a long time suddenly reappeared, setting off endless waves and breaking the peace of the untainted land. All the powerful figures were shocked because of this. They all looked over and stared at the Ziji state with inexplicable expressions. Ziji state. ZG State. Duke of the East Sea, are you returning? The familiar scene reappeared, bringing with it memories from a long time ago. For a time, scenes that had long been buried in the depths of their memories surfaced in the minds of the great divine ability experts. Like a slideshow, it flashed by quickly. Finally, the image stopped on a handsome man. That person had a three-dimensional crown and was wearing a 9-colored robe. He was the head of the male immortals in the world, Dong Huang Gong. Dong Hua was born from the true chi of Emperor Dong Hua. It ruled the East Pole and was above Dong Hua. He was in charge of the Yang Qi, and in the East, he was also known as Wang Gong. It was Tung Wang Kung. Similar to the Queen Mother of the West, it was formed from the pure essence of the Great Tao in the Eastern Ming Sea. Together with the Queen Mother of the West, they nurtured the heaven and earth, nurtured all living things. Above the heavens, under the earth, 3 realms, and 10 directions, men ascended to immortality and attained the Tao. He was the head of all the male immortals in the world. This was personally conferred by the Tao ancestor, with the dragon-headed cane as proof. Has the East Sea changed masters? No wonder purple prefectures would appear. Cultivator Dong Wang Gong has been dead for too long. His influence on the world is getting smaller and smaller. As a result, the authority he had when he was alive is slowly being lost. I really don't know how much of his supreme authority will be left when he returns. And how much of his strength will be left. Tai is really ruthless. He actually plundered Dong Wang Gong's innate origin. Sigh. What kind of cultivation level did the great beings have? The moment they saw the change in the East Sea, they understood that this was not the revival of Dong Wang Gong, but the change in the East Sea. At the same time, with the appearance of the ZG State, everything on it was clearly visible. The methods left behind by the Eastern Emperor Tai naturally could not be hidden from everyone. The Eastern Emperor wanted to completely destroy Dong Wang Gong. Tai. How dare you do this? No wonder there are still no signs of fellow Taoist returning to this day. So it's all because of you. You secretly did something. On the Immortal Mountain in West Kunlun, when the Queen Mother of the West saw the scene in the ZG State, her expression changed drastically. She wanted to kill her way to the heavenly court and fight Tai to the death. She was wondering why there were no signs of Dong Wang Gong returning after such a long time. It turned out that Tai had locked Dong Wang Gong's origin. How could the Queen Mother of the West not be angry? One was the leader of the male immortals, the other was the leader of the female immortals. One was born of the innate Yang origin, and the other was born of the innate Yin origin. There was no need to talk about the relationship between the Queen Mother of the West and Dong Wang Gong. Sigh. Without the innate origin, even if fellow Taoist returns, his strength will definitely drop greatly. He will have a high cultivation level but no corresponding strength. Moreover, fellow Taoist has been dead for so long. During this period of time, everyone's strength has improved greatly, especially Tai. He is about to step into the primordial chaos Tao realm. Fellow Taoist is too far behind. Even if he returns, he will not be able to keep up with the times. And now, even the position of the Lord of the East Sea has been snatched away. Fellow Taoists left fewer and fewer backup plans. After a while, the Queen Mother of the West gradually calmed down. She knew that she was no match for the 2 brothers of the heavenly court. If she went to seek revenge on them, other than courting death, there would be no other result. But then, the Queen Mother of the West began to worry. Dong Wang Gong had been dead for too long. It had been so long that the world had changed several times. If he did not return, he would probably become an ordinary person. It did not matter if he lost his innate origin. With the foundation of the Queen Mother of the West, she could still help Dong Wang Gong recover. But if he lost his luck, it would be difficult to get it back. The Lord of the East Sea not only represented a noble identity, but also a portion of the luck of heaven and earth. This was also one of the things that Dong Wang Gong relied on to quickly recover his cultivation after his return. Luck was the most precious treasure in the primordial world. As long as one occupied enough luck of heaven and earth, it was not impossible to obtain the position of a saint. Of course, as the former overlord of the primordial world, Dong Wanggong definitely occupied more than just the East Sea. Even if he lost the luck of the East Sea, it would not affect him much. However, the loss of the East Sea's luck was like a sign that marked the end of Dong Wanggong's era. His Tao could no longer affect heaven and earth. In this way, even if Dong Wanggong could return, he would only be an ordinary Daluo Jinxian and no longer the main character of heaven and earth. Everything that once belonged to him would return to heaven and earth and would have nothing to do with him. I can't wait any longer. If fellow Daoist doesn't return, everything will be gone. Thinking of this, the Queen Mother of the West turned around and rushed towards Mount Shouyang. The Grand Pure One would definitely have a way. Chapter 318. What were the thoughts of those ancient great divines? What price would the Queen Mother of the West pay in order to resurrect the Duke of the East? These had nothing to do with Xianqing. Now, he was peacefully accepting the results that belonged to him. Rumble, above the East Sea, specks of light appeared. They were not bright, but they were endless. They gathered into a huge torrent in the air and surged toward Xianqing. This was the fate of the East Sea. On the East Sea, there were countless living beings. Each of them divided a bit of fate and gathered it into the huge fate of the East Sea. And this fate was prepared for the Lord of the East Sea. In the distance, the Ziji state also trembled. Light bloomed, connecting the sky and the earth, stirring up endless wind and clouds. This was the fate of the East Sea that the Duke of the East Sea had controlled when he was the Lord of the East Sea. Now that the East Sea had changed hands, this fate spontaneously transferred to Xianqing, causing the Ziji state to reappear in the world. Puff! It was as if the sound of Tao resounded, echoing between heaven and earth. On top of Xianqing's head, a clear Tao flower bloomed. Waves of immortal light, Tao runes lingered, and the clear air of the 9 heavens filled the air. This was the flower of man. The 12th grade of the flower represented the top aptitude of the primordial world. Of course, this flower of man was slightly inferior to Feng Zichen's flower of human Tao. That was the achievement of human Tao, far from what a human could do. No matter how peerless and stunning you were, without the approval of human Tao, you would not be able to bloom such a flower. With the support of the East Sea's fate, Xianqing's cultivation made another breakthrough. He advanced from the early Daluo Jinxian to the middle stage. He took another small step forward on the path of great Tao. With the transfer of the East Sea's fate, the Ziji state gradually disappeared and returned to the void. However, its coordinates were imprinted in Xianqing's heart. In other words, as long as he wanted, he could use this imprint to take the Ziji state for himself at any time. However, Xianqing did not dare. Even with the Grand Master of Heaven as his backing, he did not dare. In the sky, the Dong Wang Tai was paying attention to the Ziji state at all times, in case someone revived the Duke of the East. On the ground, the Queen Mother of the West was silently guarding the Ziji state, in case someone took advantage of the absence of the Duke of the East to occupy the East Sea's #1 holy land. If Xianqing took the Ziji state, it would directly offend the heavens. That would be too much for him. Dong Wang Tai's strength was needless to say. Although the Queen Mother of the West was not as strong as the Eastern Emperor Tai, she was still a top-grade divine ability expert in the Great Desolate World. Not to mention, she was a female immortal. In the primordial world, there were not many female great divine abilities. Therefore, these female immortals were extremely familiar with one another and had a good relationship with one another. It could be said that a slight move in one part would affect the entire situation. There was such a huge grudge between the Queen Mother of the West and the Celestial Court, but Di Jun didn't do anything to her because he was worried about this. As for the #1 female immortal in the world? What kind of joke was this? He had killed all the male immortals in the world, so why would he care about a female immortal? If not for the fact that she was worried about the female great mediums of the primordial world, the Queen Mother of the West would have left with the Duke of the East under the influence of Di Jun's Tai. If the Queen Mother of the West went to the heavenly court for revenge, those female great divinities might not care. However, if Di Jun's Tai took the initiative to cause trouble for the Queen Mother of the West, they would definitely attack him together. In the untainted land, everyone had one or two close friends. At that time, everyone would call for their friends, and the entire untainted land would be in chaos. In this way, even the East Sovereign would have to bow his head. Think about it, how could Xianqing dare to provoke such a person that even the heavenly court didn't dare to provoke? It was better not to provoke the Ziji state. It wasn't impossible. When Xianqing was as powerful as the East Sovereign, he might be able to plot a few things with the advantage of location. However, that was the distant future. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is a little different from my original plan. After coming back to his senses, Xianqing sighed. He had only planned to use the opportunity of the gathering of the living beings of the East Sea to promote the teleportation array disk. However, he didn't expect that he would cause so much trouble on a whim. Fate was really unpredictable. However, although he sighed, Xianqing was still very satisfied with the outcome of this matter. With the identity of the Lord of the East Sea, it would undoubtedly be much more convenient for him to do things in the future and save some trouble. At the same time, with the position of the Lord of the East Sea in his hands, Xianqing also had another bold idea. If this idea could be realized, it would bring him much more benefits than the Tao of currency. Moreover, this idea could complement the Tao of currency. Thinking of this, Xianqing made a decision in his heart. Ahem. Fellow Taoists, are you all okay? A few years later, Xianqing saw that everyone present had woken up one after another and couldn't help but ask softly. Daluo Jinxian's breakthrough was extremely powerful. Everyone present was so close to Xianqing, so it was inevitable that they would be affected and injured. However, compared to the benefits they would receive, this little injury was really nothing. Observing Daluo Jinxian's breakthrough was also a great opportunity. As long as they could comprehend a trace of Daluo's Tao, it would be enough for Tai Jingxian to benefit for a lifetime. We're fine. Hearing Xianqing's words, everyone hurriedly replied. Sigh. With a sigh, Xianqing waved his hand, and the clear qi of the 9 heavens filled the air. It was vast and mighty, turning into spots of light that merged into everyone's bodies and healed their injuries. At the same time, it also helped to cleanse their Tao bodies. After all, it was Xianqing who caused the harm. Whether it was intentional or not, he had to be responsible to the end. Fellow Taoists, although Poor Wei's words just now were a little harsh, it was definitely not targeted at you. It was said for those who harbor evil intentions and cause trouble in the East Sea. After all, you also know that the East Sea was too chaotic in the past. Poor Wei is the Lord of the East Sea. Naturally, I have to return the East Sea to peace and quiet. Seeing that everyone was about to bow and worship again, Xianqing hurriedly changed the topic. It was really annoying to bow and worship back and forth. Celestial Lord is right. Most of the people who could come here were from the East Sea. Naturally, they understood what Xianqing meant. From now on, the East Sea would be settled down and they would no longer have to live in fear. After all, in the East Sea before, the only rhythm was killing. As the Lord of the East Sea, Poor Wei has the responsibility to protect all living things. So, from now on, if anyone is in danger in the East Sea, they can call my name. At that time, Poor Wei will definitely sense it and come to rescue them. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden clap of thunder that shook the surroundings. This was to seek out the voice and rescue the people in distress. In this way, Xianqing's purpose was self-evident. Tai, Heavenly Lord of Salvation from Misery, was also one of the 6 royals of the Heavenly Court, the Eastern Pole Cyan Splendor Emperor. After becoming a spiritual venerable, Xianqing once again launched an attack on the power of the Eastern Pole Cyan Splendor Emperor. This was also his big plan after becoming the Lord of the East Sea. Chapter 319. The East Pole was in the East Sea. And Xianqing was the Lord of the East Sea. Qinghua had the meaning of life and symbolized the Lord of all races. And Xianqing was a spiritual venerable. The great emperor of the East Pole, Qinghua, should be fated with him. Random feelings, boundless vows. Great sage, great mercy, great wish. 10 directions, to save all living beings. In billions of tribulations, to save people immeasurably, to search for feelings, to save people from suffering. Spending billions of years, to set up a great ambition to save ordinary people, to accumulate immeasurable merit, to become the Emperor of the 6 Kingdoms. This was the foundation of the great Emperor of the East Pole. To sit firmly on the throne of the 6 Kingdoms, one must have immeasurable merit as support. Otherwise, if one's merit did not match the throne, there would be trouble. Now, what Xianqing was doing was what the Tai perfected one did in the future. Using the method of saving all living beings, he accumulated immeasurable merit and increased his prestige. In this way, when the 6 Kingdoms were decided, the position of the great Emperor of the East Pole would belong to him. Immortal Venerable's great virtue. Hearing this, everyone was deeply moved. This time, they were really moved. Since the beginning of the primordial world, there had been many people who had made great contributions to the world and benefited all living beings. But it was the first time someone like Xianqing, who searched for feelings and came to save people from trouble. Who could guarantee that they would be safe from disasters? In this way, Xianqing's promise seemed to be extremely useful. Everyone, today's teleportation array disk is the most important. We'll talk about the rest another day. After everything calmed down, Xianqing brought the topic back to the teleportation array disk. This was his real business today. Immortal Venerable, give me one. The work of the Lord of Many Treasures' painstaking efforts cannot be looked down upon by the world. Everyone had received so many benefits from Xianqing, so it was naturally impossible for them not to express their gratitude. They didn't want to buy it at first, but now they were too embarrassed to not buy it. Therefore, for a moment, everyone rushed to Xianqing's stall to buy the teleportation array disk. And such a popular scene, as well as the glowing yin-yang creation pills, attracted everyone's attention. As a result, some of the more observant people watched, the more they had different thoughts. Of course, these thoughts didn't refer to going forward to snatch it, but to imitate it. Xianqing could set up a stall to earn the Khanate creation pills, so could they. As for robbing? That was impossible. Tai Jingxian would never do something like snatching Daluo Jingxian, even if he had lost his mind. Otherwise, he would really become the laughingstock of the great desolate Aeon, something that could be passed down for generations. However, this was not a good reputation. Those who were quick-witted would make a fortune no matter where they went. This sentence was not wrong in the primordial world. As soon as he had the idea, several people took action and set up a street stall in another part of the sea. No, a sea stall. As for what to sell, that was simply too simple. Ever since the Grand Master of Heaven had preached in the East Sea, there would be a large number of land creatures coming to the East Sea every year to try their luck. These people grew up in the great desolate land. When had they ever seen the scenery of the sea? Even more so, they had never seen the spirit treasures and spirit medicines that only belonged to the Eastern Sea. Therefore, it was hard for them not to be moved by the specialties from the sea. And vice versa. The Eastern Sea lifeforms had never seen a specialty of the great desolate Aeon before. Therefore, after seeing the treasures from the land, they were also curious. After all, what grew in the sea was different from what grew on the land. From the looks of it, this was the general trend. With the right time, place, and people, how could Xianqing's way of currency not prosper? After releasing his spiritual sense to scan, all the changes in the surroundings were reflected in Xianqing's heart. A few extra vendors naturally could not escape his eyes. Seeing the vendors who were trading, Xianqing could not help but reveal a satisfied smile. His plan had succeeded. He would wait for a while to see how the reaction was before deciding whether to proceed with the next step of the plan. After a while, when the novelty in Xianqing's heart faded, he began to get tired of the days of setting up a stall. His heart skipped a beat as he said to Mo Yang, fellow Daoist Mo Yang, poor Wei still has something to do and needs to rush to deal with it. I'll have to trouble you to help poor Wei take care of this stall for a while. Is that okay? No matter what, Mo Yang was the first person to trade with him. It could be said that he had helped him open up the situation. When Qianqing had benefits, he naturally thought of him first. Yes, immortal supremacy, go ahead if you have something to do. I will definitely take care of this place properly. Mo Yang was first stunned. Soon after, he replied with some pleasant surprise. How could Qianqing not benefit from helping him set up a stall? What a pleasant surprise. Aside from feeling envious, the crowd also felt regret in their hearts. It was all their fault for not being observant. Otherwise, such benefits would have fallen on their heads. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Nodding slightly, Qianqing stood up and left the place. He also sent a voice transmission to Duobao, telling him to directly hand the teleportation array disk to Mo Yang after rushing here. In an instant, Qianqing arrived on Golden Ao Island. At this moment, the disciples of the Jie school had already arrived. Greetings, eldest senior brother. Seeing Qianqing, everyone hurriedly bowed. Junior brothers, did you see what senior brother did just now? Qianqing helped everyone up and asked. He was asking them about the stall just now. I saw it. Eldest senior brother and second senior brother are really talented. Even if we spend our entire lives, we can't think of such a treasure like the array disk. Everyone praised when they heard that. The disciples of the Jie school were all array formation experts. When they saw the teleportation array disk, their thoughts were naturally different from the living beings of the East Ocean. What the living beings of the East Ocean saw was the convenience brought by the teleportation array disk. What the disciples of the Jie school saw was the impact the appearance of the array disk had on the entire array formation. The array disk was a further evolution of the array formation. Its appearance represented a huge step forward in the primordial world's array formation. It was broadening the Tao path. In that case, as an array formation cultivator, their future would undoubtedly be brighter and more possibilities would be possible. They had obtained so many benefits and were naturally extremely grateful to Qianqing and Duobao. Unfortunately, they had misunderstood his intentions. Qianqing asked them about their opinions on setting up a stall. What they replied was their opinions on the array disk. Junior brothers and junior sisters, how do I treat you usually? Everyone was so excited that Qianqing could not say that they had misunderstood. He could only change his strategy. Senior brother treats us very well. Although they did not know Qianqing's motive, everyone still answered honestly. That was the truth. Qianqing was indeed very good to them. He even gave them some treasures from time to time. They could not find a second senior brother like him in the entire primordial world. Then I'll help you with a small favor. Junior brothers, you don't mind, right? Qianqing smiled mysteriously and said. I don't mind, I don't mind. Senior brother, feel free to speak. Everyone agreed to Qianqing's request. Did you see the stall I set up just now? I hope that before Master preaches the next time, junior brothers and junior sisters, outside Golden Ao Island, each of you will set up a stall and sell some things that you don't need. Chapter 320. It was empty, lonely, and dangerous. There was no top, bottom, left, or right. There was no passage of time. It was truly boundless. This was the chaos outside the realm. The place where the great Tao lived in seclusion, the place where everything originated, and also the most dangerous place in the world. And Feng Zichen was cultivating in seclusion here. While Qianqing was developing his business in the East Sea, Feng Zichen's seclusion had also reached the most critical moment. Rumble. The chaos array operated crazily, and the great Tao divine diagram intertwined with endless laws. Vast divine power spread out. Distorting all known concepts, he refined all the chaotic energy in the surroundings and poured it into Feng Zichen's body. One could see that the flower of the heavenly Tao and the flower of the human Tao automatically appeared above Feng Zichen's head. They swayed and took root in the chaos, absorbing the power of the great Tao to strengthen themselves. Between them, the corresponding essence energy of the great Tao constantly trembled, releasing all kinds of Taoist rhymes. It was incomparably mysterious. There was also a surge of vitality, as if a Dao flower was about to bloom. The injury that the Dongwang Tai left to Feng Zichen completely disappeared at this moment. Not only that, but he also benefited from the disaster and showed signs of taking another step forward. He was about to break through to the realm of Daluo Jingxian and completely bloom the flower of the earth. However, this impulse to break through was forcefully suppressed by Feng Zichen, and he gave up this rare opportunity. He didn't want to break through at this moment. Right now, he had already bloomed 2 of the 3 flowers that represented the 3 Daos of heaven, earth, and man. He was only 1 step away from the legendary great Taoist priests. If Feng Zichen took advantage of this opportunity to break through, the Dao flower that bloomed would only be the flower of the earth and not the stronger flower of the earth. In this way, if the 3 flowers were not perfected, he would not be able to attain the great Taoist priests. Then, wouldn't his previous efforts be in vain? Therefore, even if the opportunity to break through was rare, he couldn't break through now. He had to wait until the earth turned into reincarnation and seize the opportunity to break through with the help of the Daoist rhymes of the earth. Only then would the blooming Dao flower be in Dao flower. Only then could the 3 flowers be perfected. With this, one could become the great Taoist priests and become the first person in the Daluo Jingxian. The great Taoist priests was the title the world gave to Pangu. The one who obtained this fruit was destined to become the origin Daluo Jingxian. Therefore, even if Feng Zichen had an opportunity to break through to Sage to be, he would refuse it without hesitation and continue to wait for the opportunity to become great Taoist priests. He could still tell which was more important. I've been in the outer realm primal chaos for so long. Standing up, Feng Zichen stepped into the chaos bead and returned to the untainted land through the chaos channel. And with his departure, the chaos array also disappeared. The chaos that had been clamoring for a long time regained its calm. When Feng Zichen reappeared, he was already above the human clan's ancestral temple. However, he did not return to the human clan. Instead, he walked straight to the East Sea. It was time to take back the sea-calming divine pearl. It was also time to hand over the One Origin Dao talisman to Xianqing. Today, he was going to meet Xianqing. At this time, more than 1,000 years had passed since Xianqing passed down the teleportation array disk. The East Sea had long changed its appearance. And the one that had changed the most was undoubtedly Penglai Island. Outside Penglai Island, a wide street appeared on the surface of the sea. Inside, there were all kinds of vendors and pedestrians coming and going. It was bustling and lively. All kinds of things in the mortal world were in it. Being in the middle of the street, Feng Zichen had an illusion that he was not in the untainted land, but a street in the future. However, the colorful treasures in front of him, as well as the colorful clouds floating in front of him, reminded him that this was the untainted land. The extremely dangerous untainted land. The untainted land where he could lose his life at any time. In an instant, Feng Zichen cut off all distracting thoughts and strengthened his heart to pursue the Tao. It's not that I like to scheme, but the world is like this. If you don't scheme against others, others will scheme against you. The environment is like this, so what can I do? Looking at the lively street in front of him, Feng Zichen thought silently. In the untainted land, who could say who was the chess piece, who was the chess player, and who was controlling everything behind the scenes? Retracting his thoughts, Feng Zichen continued to walk towards Penglai Island. As for this street, it was the result of Xianqing. Ever since Xianqing first set up a stall that day, there had been a craze for setting up stalls in the East Sea. As long as there was a lot of traffic, there would definitely be stalls. After that, the disciples of the Jie school set up stalls outside Golden Ao Island to sell all kinds of array discs, which pushed the craze to the extreme. It seemed that if they did not set up a stall, they would not be able to prove that they were creatures of the East Sea. Stalls appeared all over the East Sea. Even the aquatic creatures in the sea were influenced and started to set up their stalls. It made the treasures of the East Sea more abundant. It could be said that the current East Sea was the place with the most types of treasures in the untainted land. Here, one could find specialties from any place in the untainted land. There were so many types that it was beyond imagination. After all, the power of money was great. Some people earned connate creation pills from setting up stalls that they had never seen before in their lives. Naturally, they had bigger ideas. Especially now that there were teleportation array discs, many ideas that could not be realized in the past could become a reality. Under the stimulation of huge benefits, some people use teleportation arrays to cross endless mountains and rivers to various places in the untainted land to collect all kinds of specialties and return to the East Sea to sell. This also caused the prosperity of the East Sea. However, as more and more merchants gathered near Golden Ao Island, it was inevitable that this place would become noisy. Afraid that they would disturb his master's cultivation, Xianqing opened up the sea near Penglai Island and moved all the merchants there. In this way, it was convenient for Xianqing to manage, so that there would not be trouble in the future. Moreover, Xianqing even gave this street a name. Penglai Sea City. In the future, there were markets in the cultivation world. It was a place for cultivators to trade. Penglai Sea City had the same function. However, it was built on the sea, so it was called Sea City. Fellow Taoist, please wait. Outside Penglai Island, Feng Zichen stopped for a while and was about to step in. Suddenly, an anxious shout came from behind him, making him stop in his tracks. Feng Zichen recognized the owner of the voice. It was Mo Yang. This person was very fond of him. Therefore, after Xianqing established Penglai Sea City, he handed it over to him to manage. And he did not let Xianqing down. He managed Penglai Sea City in an orderly manner without the slightest bit of trouble. Therefore, he gave Mo Yang face and stopped in his tracks. Fellow Taoist, this is your first time in Penglai Sea City, right? Flying in front of Feng Zichen, Mo Yang bowed and asked. However, although he used the question as a question, his tone was full of certainty. Chapter 321. Feng Zichen recognized Mo Yang, but Mo Yang didn't recognize him. Because Mo Yang knew Xianqing. He had never experienced two bodies at once, so he didn't know the mystery. What's the matter? Without answering Mo Yang's question, Feng Zichen asked in amusement. His cultivation had already reached the realm of returning to his original state, and his aura didn't leak at all. If a celestial immortal looked at him, he would be a celestial immortal. If a golden immortal looked at him, he would be a golden immortal. If a Tai Jinxian looked at him, he would be a Tai Jinxian. Therefore, in Mo Yang's eyes, Feng Zichen was a relatively unfamiliar Tai Jinxian cultivator. Otherwise, how could he dare to stop Feng Zichen and call him fellow Taoist? Fellow Taoist, you might not know, but ahead is the forbidden area of Penglai Sea City. Without the permission of the immortal venerable, outsiders are not allowed to enter. Moreover, outside the forbidden area, there is a connate formation protecting it. Its power is so strong that even if the Daluo Taoist priests came, it would be difficult for them to end well. If you take another step forward, you will step into the formation. At that time, the danger will be unpredictable. Penglai Sea City was outside Penglai Island. Others didn't know the exact location of Penglai Island, but as the steward appointed by Xianqing, how could Mo Yang not know? Today, he came to patrol the various sea areas as usual. He happened to see Feng Zichen standing outside Penglai Island, so he hurriedly ran over. In fact, with Xianqing overseeing 3 Immortal Island, even if someone entered the formation by mistake, Xianqing could rescue them in time. It was impossible for Mo Yang to not understand. Therefore, he was not really worried about whether Feng Zichen would be in danger after falling into the formation. What he was worried about was that if Feng Zichen entered the formation by mistake and disturbed Xianqing, that would be bad. This was Mo Yang's goal. It had to be said that Xianqing had chosen the right person to be the steward. When he did things, he was both attentive and careful, saving Xianqing a lot of trouble. Haha. You're very interesting. I want you to know that Poor Wei and your immortal venerable are good friends. Feng Zichen said with a smile. How could Mo Yang's thoughts be hidden from him? At the end of his speech, he even slightly revealed a wisp of aura. I didn't know that the Taoist priests would come and offended the Taoist priests. I hope the Taoist priests can forgive me. After being exposed by Feng Zichen, Mo Yang was originally a little embarrassed. But after feeling the unique aura of the Daluo Taoist priests, his face completely changed. Without time to think, Mo Yang hurriedly apologized. What had he done? To address the Daluo Taoist priests as fellow Daoist? Do you want to die? You're too arrogant. This is nothing. The poor Wei still has something to ask Qianqing. You can go and do your thing. Waving his hand, Feng Zichen let Mo Yang leave. At the same time, on Penglai Island, Duobao, the goddess of golden spirit, the goddess of Wudong, the three Xiao, Zhao Gongming, and other famous immortals of Jie school were invited by Qianqing to gather and discuss the Tao. During this period, there was endless laughter. It was very happy. Junior brothers and sisters, I have a close friend who has arrived. I need to go and welcome him. Please excuse me for a while. Please forgive me. Just as everyone was talking, Qianqing suddenly spoke and interrupted everyone's conversation. Oh, senior brother's good friend? Senior brother is so extraordinary. I think senior brother's close friend should also be a stunning figure in the primordial world. I wonder if we can have the honor of meeting him. Just as Qianqing finished speaking and was about to leave, the goddess of turtle spirits suddenly spoke. They had never heard Qianqing mention that he had any close friends. Now that one had suddenly appeared, everyone was naturally very curious. Yes, senior brother will bring him over later and let you meet him. Qianqing nodded and agreed. Just as Feng Zichen was about to arrive, Qianqing gathered the disciples of Jie school to rush over for a gathering. He wanted Feng Zichen to get familiar with everyone so that it would be convenient for his future plans. Could it be, suddenly, Duobao's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the identity of the person who had come. He suddenly stood up and shouted at Qianqing excitedly, "Senior brother, let's go together." I'm going as well. That was the sword ancestor, the true master of a Tao in the primordial world. He did not rely on his cultivation realm and strength, but on his supreme wisdom to create his own Tao. That was an achievement that even saints could not achieve. Who in the primordial world did not admire such a person? Now that he had arrived, Duobao naturally had to personally welcome him to express his respect. All right, let's go together. With a wave of his sleeve, Qianqing led the people of Jie school and rushed out of Penglai Island to welcome Feng Zichen. Feng Zichen. Haha. Good friend, we haven't seen each other for tens of thousands of years since we parted in the East Sea. Why don't you go to Kunlun Mountain to see me? I can't leave Kunlun Mountain. Can't you leave the human race? Qianqing complained as soon as he saw Feng Zichen from afar. Do you think everyone is as free as you? I'm very busy. I don't have time to go to Kunlun Mountain to look for you. Feng Zichen shook his head and smiled. As Qianqing and Feng Zichen met, Feng Zichen's true spirit, who was high in Ziwei Star, had a wonderful experience. It was just like in the future, when he controlled 2 alternate accounts to cheat people in the chat group. It was a feeling that he had not felt for a long time. His main body was in Ziwei Star, silently controlling Qianqing and Feng Zichen to walk in the primordial world for him. In the future, he hid behind the computer and controlled 2 alternate accounts at the same time, or even more, to rampage on the internet. If the primordial world was regarded as an online world, then wouldn't Feng Zichen's actions be the same? There was no harm in opening more alternate accounts on the internet. Even if the main account was banned, there were still alternate accounts as a backup. It was the same principle to open more alternate accounts in the primordial world. Even if the main body died accidentally, he could rely on the alternate accounts to rise again. It would not be completely hopeless. Feng Zichen, who had suffered from the title in the future, deeply understood this principle. Senior brother, how should I address this fellow Taoist? Yin Shao asked Qianqing softly. The disciple of a saint was naturally not someone Mo Yang could compare to. Mo Yang could not see Feng Zichen's realm, but the disciples of Jie school could see some clues. In their eyes, Feng Zichen was wearing the 10,000 spirits golden crown and a purple gold robe. Purple energy surrounded his body, making him look like a majestic emperor. When they looked at him, it was as if they were facing the vast starry sky. It was incomparably deep and could contain everything. But when they looked at Feng Zichen again, everything changed again. The previous state of the emperor had completely disappeared. What replaced it was endless sharpness. It was like a peerless divine sword, displaying its sharpness to its heart's content. It was incomparably sharp, as if it wanted to cut through everything. It was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. There was no need to think carefully. This was definitely a figure who shocked the primordial world. He is, Panga's Zichen clan is also the primordial sword ancestor. With a smile, Xian Qing revealed Feng Zichen's background. Chapter 322. Sword Ancestor. Primordial Sword Ancestor. In an instant, the disciples of the Jie school were energized. They stared at Feng Zichen with bright eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. One had to know that the Grand Master of Heaven was not only the ancestral master of the Array Dao, but he was also a mighty figure of the Sword Dao. His Dao weapon was the Qingping sword. Due to this, the disciples of the Jie school more or less knew one or two sword techniques. Although they could not reach the Dao realm, they were quite proficient. That was not a big deal, but after Feng Zichen established the Khanate Sword Dao, all the sword cultivators of the primordial world improved. It was also at this moment that the disciples of the Jie school suddenly realized that the sword techniques that they did not value in the past had suddenly become shockingly powerful. It could be said to be unparalleled in killing. In the blink of an eye, the strength of all the sword cultivators of the primordial world had increased. That was something that even their master, the Grand Master of Heaven, could not do. As such, everyone naturally admired Feng Zichen. Moreover, they were the direct beneficiaries of the birth of the Khanate Sword Dao. In that case, all the sword cultivators of the primordial world still owed Feng Zichen karma. And all of that would have to be returned in the future. Jie school has many treasures. Jie school has nothing to do with it. Jie school's Zhao Gongming. Greetings, sword ancestor. After the shock, everyone hurriedly bowed to Feng Zichen. At this moment, they were no longer disciples of the Jie school, but sword cultivators of the primordial world. When they saw the ancestral master, they naturally had to bow. Buzz buzz buzz, the moment the disciples of the Jie school bowed, the divine swords on their bodies automatically appeared and surrounded Feng Zichen as if they were worshipping him. The divine swords had spirits and spontaneously bowed to the master of the Sword Dao. Fellow Taoists, you're too polite. Feng Zichen gently helped everyone up and said with a smile. Alright, this is senior brother's best friend. You don't have to be so polite. Just treat him as your senior brother. Xian Qing also said. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. During this period of time, Feng Zichen and the disciples of the Jie school talked about the Dao and exchanged cultivation insights. They lived a happy life. However, as the time for the Grand Master of Heaven's lecture approached, the disciples of Jie school had no choice but to leave and head to Golden Ao Island to listen to the Dao. Thus, only Feng Zichen and Xian Qing were left on Penglai Island. This meant that Feng Zichen didn't have to pretend anymore. For a moment, the scene was silent. Let's start. Suddenly, Xian Qing and Feng Zichen said at the same time. Then, the first Yuan Dao talisman flew out of Feng Zichen's body and landed in Xian Qing's hand. 24 sea calming divine pearls flew out of Xian Qing's body and landed in Feng Zichen's hands. The two of them were originally one, so there was no distinction between you and me. Therefore, the two of them shared their treasures and there was no need to refine them a second time. After changing his Dharma treasures, Feng Zichen silently disappeared from Penglai Island. In the next moment, Feng Zichen appeared in the deepest part of the boundless void, in the mysterious unknown place. Let's go. Feng Zichen took out the chaos bead and walked in. He passed through the chaos passageway and arrived in the chaos outside the realm again. With the sea-calming divine pearl in hand, he naturally had to repair the chaos bead. And in this world, where was more suitable for the recovery of the chaos bead than the chaos outside the realm? The chaos bead was ultimately a treasure born in the chaos outside the realm. It was like a child of the great Tao, as noble and great as the chaos fiend celestial. Returning here was like a child who had not returned home for a long time. He was loved by his parents and had endless opportunities. It was much better than advancing in the primordial world. If he continued to advance in the primordial world, the heavenly Tao might cause trouble again. That would be troublesome. It was safer to advance in the chaos outside the realm. Go. He took out the sea-calming divine pearl and saw 24 azure pearls floating in the air, emitting an ocean-like glow. As the light flickered, it was like waves of waves. Then, Feng Zichen didn't hesitate to put the 24 sea-calming divine pearls into the chaos bead. He didn't care about their many years of friendship. He was really cold and heartless. Now, the chaos bead was a connate cardinal treasure. Its power was boundless and far from what it used to be. When it devoured the other connate spirit treasures, its speed was naturally much faster than before. It shook slightly, and the sea-calming divine pearl was immediately shattered into pieces and devoured by it. Rumble. Resplendent divine light erupted as vast power surged, stirring up the chaos in all directions, setting off huge waves that surged violently. After devouring the sea-calming divine pearl, the chaos bead, which had been on the verge of advancing, finally began to advance. As the chaos bead advanced, the entire chaos outside the realm trembled and resonated with it. The tyrannical chaos chi also became abnormally docile and spontaneously surged over to help it complete its transformation. At the same time, in the deepest part of the chaos outside the realm, the most mysterious and unknown place in the world, a mighty and vast will awakened. Mysterious and unfathomable. It's the great Tao. What kind of terrifying power was that? In front of it, Feng Zichen felt that he couldn't resist. He felt that he was incomparably small, inferior to even an ant. His performance was even worse than when he faced Panga's power. In fact, Feng Zichen didn't even have the courage to look him in the eye. It was as if he took a look at the great Tao, he would be lost in it forever and never be able to turn back. Facing the heavenly Tao, although Feng Zichen couldn't resist it, at least he had the courage to face him. However, facing the great Tao, he had no power at all. He couldn't even think. These were two completely different powers. They were greater, more vast, and more desirable. This was the power of the great Tao, a power that was higher than the heavenly Tao. It was also the power that Pangu had been pursuing. Now, he had truly appeared in front of Feng Zichen, displaying his greatness and endless mysteries to his heart's content. Unfortunately, under the impact of the power of the great Tao, Feng Zichen's mind was blank. He had temporarily lost all consciousness. He couldn't see or know anything. This could be said to be the greatest opportunity in the world, but he couldn't see it. However, Feng Zichen had lost consciousness, but the Hongmeng Daozhong in his sea of consciousness moved. A purple light flashed, and the Hongmeng Daozhong appeared automatically. It spun in the air, and wisps of Hongmeng aura spread out, imprinting all the mysteries of the great Tao on its body. As expected of the supreme treasure that could bring Feng Zichen across endless years and travel to the primitive world. It was clearly only a supreme-grade innate spirit treasure, but it had the ability that even innate cardinal treasures couldn't compare to. It could even steal the power of the great Tao. It was as if the restrictions of level and the gap between realms didn't exist in front of it. It was really incredible. But at the same time, Feng Zichen, who was unaware of this magical scene, couldn't detect it. And as more and more of the charm of the great Tao was imprinted on the Hongmeng Daozhong, a wonderful change happened. Chapter 323. As more and more marks of the Great Path were imprinted, the Chaos Demon God imprints that were previously imprinted on Hongmeng Daozhong's body suddenly moved. Their movements were not obvious. They were just extremely subtle adjustments. However, this slight movement brought about a shocking change. This movement made the 3,000 Chaos Demon God imprints more in line with the Great Path. It was as if they had resonated with the Great Path, and an inexplicable Tao was born. It was incomparably great and similar to the Great Path. Wisps of Tao flowed, and the Chaos Demon God imprints became more and more real and perfect. It was as if they had come alive and wanted to cross all obstacles and walk out of Hongmeng Daozhong's body. The Chaos Demon God was originally a creature born from the will of the Great Path. It was the image of the Great Path reflected in the Great Chaos outside the realm. It was the embodiment of its power outside. Therefore, the Great Path's Tao was a great supplement for the Chaos Demon God imprints. Devouring the Great Path's Tao could make them more perfect. Previously, Hongmeng Daozhong had imprinted the Chaos Demon God imprints either by relying on their aura, observing their Great Path bodies, or absorbing the Tao shadows in Feng Zichen's memory. With the help of his powerful ability, he deduced the Chaos Demon God imprints from these fragmented remnants. The Chaos Demon God imprints obtained through this method were inevitably somewhat incomplete and had some flaws. They were not so perfect. Although they were still powerful, he always felt that something was missing. After all, in terms of the Great Path, the slightest mistake was the difference of 1,000 miles. The impact of a single flaw was like the difference between heaven and earth. Thus, not even the slightest flaw could be tolerated. The influence was too great, and the more perfect it was, the better. Now, at the moment of the Chaos Bead's advancement, the Great Path had descended. Endless Tao runes covered the chaos, giving birth to endless mysteries, which were recorded and imprinted by Hongmeng Daozhong. It made up for the flaws of the Chaos Demon God imprints and eliminated their flaws, making them perfect and closer to the Great Path. At this moment, Hongmeng Daozhong had completely changed. The 3,000 Chaos Demon God imprints chanted in unison, emitting the sound of the Great Path that resounded through the chaos. Endless runes were born, and Tao and reason intertwined, covering the body of the Hongmeng Daozhong bell. 3,000 laws descended, and the aura of the Tao was deep like an ocean. It warped the chaos and re-established order, and it fully revealed the Xuanqi of the Grand Tao. The Tao Bell. The Bell of Order. After the 3,000 demonic imprints were completed, Hongmeng Daozhong seemed to have become the carrier of the Great Tao. It was completely composed of Tao and reason. It resonated with the Great Tao and gave birth to its own order. Roar, 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 phantoms of demonic gods appeared one after another, circling around Hongmeng Daozhong as they continuously inhaled and exhaled chaotic qi. After being refined by the Chaos Demonic God, the Chaos Qi underwent a wonderful change. The formless properties of the original substance gradually disappeared, and it returned to the state of nothingness. Soon after, a strand of energy appeared, and then it took form, and then it developed substance. In the end, a body was born from both form and essence. These were the cosmos' 5 manifestations. The 5 processes of the birth of heaven and earth. It was also the key to Hongmeng Daozhong's advancement into a Khanate cardinal treasure. Streams of chaos qi were transformed by the chaos demonic god's phantoms into the purest cosmos' 5 manifestations. They continuously fused into Hongmeng Daozhong's body, urging it to transform to a higher level. Creation. This was a great creation. The cosmos' 5 manifestations was formed from the origin that was emitted during the evolution of heaven and earth. It had the power to create something out of nothing and create everything. Even Khanate spiritual treasures could be created out of nothing. As long as there was enough cosmos' 5 manifestations, even Khanate god fiends could be created out of nothing. This was one of the greatest powers in the world. It had all the known characteristics and was almost omnipotent. It was the power of Tao. Now, with the help of the Tao aura emitted by the Great Tao, Hongmeng Daozhong had completed its self-improvement. It took the initiative to evolve the cosmos' 5 manifestations to accelerate its advancement, just like its own cultivation. This was, of course, a good thing. However, this did not mean that Feng Zichen did not need to search for the cosmos' 5 manifestations' origins. The advancement of a Khanate spiritual treasure required an enormous amount of power. Just like how Daluo Jingxian broke through to the sage-to-be level, without the help of external forces, it could only rely on the accumulation of endless years. Therefore, if Feng Zichen wanted Hongmeng Daozhong to become a Khanate spiritual treasure as soon as possible, he still needed to find the cosmos' 5 manifestations' origins. Otherwise, he would have to wait for a long time. Not necessarily. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Feng Zichen's mind as he thought of a wonderful idea. He could upgrade the primordial chaos Dao Bell without the connate 5 essences. Since the primordial chaos Dao Bell could transform the primordial chaos Qi into the primordial 5 cosmos Qi, it could also transform the primordial chaos origin into the primordial 5 cosmos origin. Of course, chaos origin was also very noble, but Feng Zichen had the chaos bead and the world tree. Every tens of thousands of years, he could always gather some chaos origin. In this way, Hongmeng Daozhong's advancement speed would undoubtedly be greatly accelerated. It would only take 1 or 2 eons to complete. It would not be like before, where it had to rely on transforming chaos Qi to advance. Who knew how long it would take? This method is feasible. Let's give it a try first. Feng Zichen took out the chaos origin he had collected before and injected it into Hongmeng Daozhong. Rumble. As the chaos origin entered Hongmeng Daozhong, visible to the naked eye, it underwent a drastic change. Precepts were born, like divine chains of order, emitting a terrifying power. At the same time, the shadow of the chaos demon god became more and more real, as if it had flesh and blood. Inexplicable patterns appeared, mysterious and unfathomable, describing the most fundamental principles of the world. It was not until the power of chaos origin was exhausted that the changes in Hongmeng Daozhong gradually calmed down. It works. Seeing this, Feng Zichen could not help but show a hint of joy. This meant that his plan to use the chaos origin to replace the primordial 5 essences was completely feasible. The hope of advancing Hongmeng Daozhong did not need to be pinned on the primordial 5 essences. It was not that he did not want to use the primordial 5 essences to advance Hongmeng Daozhong, but it was too difficult to find. Even if he searched the entire untainted land, he would not be able to find it. The power of this thing was simply heaven-defying, and it was of great use to saints. If it could be found, it would have been discovered and taken away long ago. How could Feng Zichen have the chance to think about it? If it was not for the fact that he was forced to do so, Feng Zichen would not have such a bad idea. Opportunity. Only a heaven-defying opportunity could get the primordial 5 essences. However, there were many kinds of opportunities. Who could say for sure what kind of opportunity could lead to the primordial 5 essences? Take Feng Zichen for example, he had several primordial treasures. His opportunities were great, and his luck was strong. However, he could not get the primordial 5 essences that he wanted and needed the most. What could he do? Chapter 324. Achieving one's wish. That was what everyone hoped for. But in history, no one had ever heard of anyone who could do it. Not to mention a saint, even Pangu could not do it. Perhaps the Great Tao could. Perhaps that was why Pangu wanted to prove the Great Tao. To him, if he did not achieve the Great Tao, he would not be free and would be restricted everywhere. He could not be omnipotent. If Pangu wanted a connate numinous treasure, chaos would naturally sense it and create one for him. If he wanted a connate numinous treasure, although it would be troublesome, chaos could still create it for him after spending some time. But what if he wanted a chaos numinous treasure? Could chaos still create it for him? Obviously, he couldn't. However, the Great Tao could. Because the Great Tao was omnipotent. What Pangu could do, the Great Tao could do too. What Pangu could not do, the Great Tao could still do. Therefore, Pangu wanted to prove the Great Tao, to be as great as him, as omnipotent as him. And what Pangu could not do, a saint naturally could not do. Then, it was even more impossible for Feng Zichen to do it. Whether he could obtain the connate 5 grand origins or not depended on his fate. Although Daluo Jingxian had transcended the river of fate and obtained the ability to control his own fate, that was all. What they controlled was only their own fate. Daluo Jingxian could change his own fate and arrange an incomparably bright future for himself. He could even plan the path to becoming a saint and become a saint through this. However, there was more than one Daluo Jingxian. If you could arrange the path to becoming a saint for yourself, then, others could too. In this way, the path would be narrow. There were only a few saint positions, but there were so many people competing. They could only rely on their own methods. But without a doubt, the first person to prove Daluo Jingxian's Dao would definitely obtain the greatest benefits. That was because no one could compete with him. He could plan everything for himself at will, allowing the future to have countless possibilities and achieve unimaginable achievements. In fact, that was indeed the case. As the first Daluo Jingxian to attain the Dao, Dao ancestor Hong Jun's achievements were obvious to everyone in the primordial world. Therefore, in the primordial world, being born early was the greatest opportunity. Daluo Jingxian, the supreme existence in the legends. However, he was restrained everywhere in the primordial world. He lived even more carefully. How helpless. After a long time, Feng Zichen sighed. It was true that the stronger one was, the more insignificant one felt. Originally, he thought that as long as he became the Daluo Jingxian, he would be completely safe. Even if he couldn't dominate the world, he could still live a carefree life. But when he really became Daluo Jingxian, he found that there were too many forces in the untainted land that could kill Daluo Jingxian. Only demi-saints were truly safe. In theory, Daluo Jingxian was great. The eternal 3 flowers above his head, the Chaoyuan 5 qi in his chest, jumped out of the long river of fate, attained the Tao of the universe, and was eternally unique. He was the Daluo. As long as he attained the Tao of the Daluo, he could be reborn with a drop of blood, and his true spirit would not be destroyed. With a thought, he could destroy the worlds in the heavens. This was the real Daluo Jingxian. However, the primordial world was still too powerful. It was so powerful that even saints were not at the peak. Correspondingly, compared to the huge primordial world, the Daluo Jingxian was much smaller. Under the shroud of the primordial world's rules, all kinds of abilities could not be used. This caused the Daluo Jingxian to be in an awkward situation. However, if the Daluo Jingxian were to be placed in the upper-class world or even the medium-class world, then, they would be the supreme masters, almost omnipotent. Whatever they wanted, as long as it was in the world, would automatically appear in front of them. It was as good as it could be. It was more powerful than the saints. Compared to this, what was the point of having one's wish come true? This was the ability that the Daluo Jingxian should have. However, that was in the upper-class world, not the primordial world. No matter how exciting these worlds were, the Daluo Jingxian of the primordial world would not go there. Because when they got there, their path of the great path would end. The Daluo Jingxian was the upper limit of the upper-class world. There was no possibility of going any further. And people were always dissatisfied. After experiencing a higher scenery, who would be willing to look back on the past? The primordial world was the place to achieve the Tao. Boom! Just as Feng Zichen was lost in thought, something happened in the great chaos outside the realm. It suddenly shook and woke him up. This is the chaos bead. It turned out that with the help of the great Tao, the advancement of the chaos bead had reached the most critical moment. One had to know that the great Tao descended for the chaos bead, not for Hongmeng Daozhong. Therefore, the greatest creation naturally had to be reflected on him. In the depths of the chaos, wisps of purple brilliance surged out. They were overflowing with colors and filled with Tao runes. Endless mysteries circulated and merged into the chaos bead. That was the lingering charm of the great Tao. It contained the most essential power of the great Tao. It could help people break through to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. It was the carrier of the Tao. At the same time, the surrounding chaos qi crazily surged toward the chaos bead. Wherever they passed, a strong wind blew, causing Feng Zichen to almost lose his balance. It could be seen how crazy they were. Buzz, accompanied by a resplendent light, the chaos bead completed its transformation. In an instant, a terrifying power swept out, and the surrounding chaos qi instantly became docile and was suppressed by the chaos bead. The chaos bead was a supreme treasure nurtured by the great Tao. It had the power to suppress the chaos. Why would the chaos bead be involved in the heaven-splitting tribulation for no reason? That was because Pangu had opened the heavens beside it. Only where the chaos bead was, the chaos bead was the safest. All the violence and chaos were suppressed and became extremely docile. It also became the most suitable for opening the heavens. The chaos bead played a part in Pangu breaking open the origin of the chaos bead. Therefore, it was not wrong for it to be hit by Pangu's axe. How could the karma of the great Tao be so easy to form? The chaos bead was the home of the great Tao. Pangu's opening of the primordial world was equivalent to digging up the corner of the great Tao. Moreover, he used the corner of the great Tao as material to build a home of his own near the great Tao. Pangu's arrogance was so arrogant that the great Tao could not tolerate it. That was why the 3,000 demon gods blocked the great Tao. Pangu died and the great Tao transformed into heaven and earth. The reason why Pangu faked his death and hid in the primordial world without showing his face might be one of the reasons. But more importantly, it was probably to avoid the karma of the great Tao. After all, he had destroyed the home of the great Tao. What a fortune! Standing beside the chaos bead, Feng Zichen's face was filled with disbelief. At this moment, a mark of the great Tao appeared on the chaos bead's body. It flickered indeterminately, releasing endless mysteries that were fascinating. Behind the mark of the great Tao, 47 divine chains of order appeared. They surrounded each other as if they were describing the truth of chaos. That was not a connate divine restriction, but a chaos Tao restriction. Chapter 325. The Chaos Tao restriction was a restriction derived from the Great Tao and was unique to Chaos Numinous treasures. In other words, under the power of the Great Tao, the Chaos Bead transformed from a connate cardinal treasure into a Chaos Numinous treasure and truly returned to its original form. Even if a cardinal treasure born from the chaos was shattered, it should still be a Chaos Numinous treasure. Why did it transform into a connate cardinal treasure? Obviously, it was suppressed by the primordial world. Even if it was a treasure born from the chaos, it had to follow the rules of the primordial world. The primordial world was that domineering. Although chaos numinous treasures and connate cardinal treasures had the same power, there was an essential difference. It was the difference between the heavenly Tao and the great Tao. Chaos numinous treasures were Dharma treasures born from the great Tao and could be used in all worlds. In the chaos, they were chaos numinous treasures. In the great world, they were connate cardinal treasures. Connate cardinal treasures were different. They were Dharma treasures born from the heavenly Tao. If they left the primordial world and entered the chaos, their power would definitely be limited and inconvenient. Of course, the 3 heaven-splitting treasures were not included. It was a cardinal treasure transformed from Pangu's axe. It was not an issue to call it a chaos numinous treasure. However, in order to comply with the rules of the primordial world, it appeared in the world as a connate cardinal treasure. Not bad, this is what the chaos bead should look like. At that moment, Feng Zichen was filled with excitement as he looked at the chaos bead. After becoming a chaos numinous treasure, the chaos bead finally had a trace of its former glory as a chaos numinous treasure. It was the work of a mighty figure that suppressed the chaos and endless spacetime. At that moment, beside the chaos bead, Feng Zichen seemed to have an illusion that he was in the primordial world. It was as if the chaos chi that was wandering around him was not chaos chi, but connate chi. The chaos chi here was too docile. It was as if it had been refined, like the connate chi in the primordial world. It flowed slowly and allowed others to absorb it without any resistance. Suppress the chaos. The chaos chi here was completely suppressed by the chaos bead. All concepts related to chaos were twisted, changed, and transformed in a beneficial direction. The place that was originally filled with danger turned into a cultivation holy land in an instant. It was not inferior to the top grotto heavens of the primordial world. The profundity of creation and the power of the chaos bead could be seen from this. Moreover, the changes in the chaos bead did not stop there. At the center of the chaos bead, where the chaos passageway was located, a gigantic door stood majestically. Spacetime Tao rhymes flowed around it, accompanied by the glow of time. It was incomparably terrifying. This was the chaos door, a chaos spirit treasure born from the chaos pearl, and it possessed the ability to pass through everything. Through him, he could go to any place he had ever been. Be it the past or the future. He could travel through time and space, make people go back to the past to make up for their regrets, and make people rush to the future to change their fate. He could also travel through the various great worlds at will without having to see the world walls. This was a spacetime attribute's supreme treasure. However, the current him was only a phantom and did not have a real body. He was far from having such great power. Now, he could only allow Feng Zichen to freely travel to and from the great chaos outside the realm. He had no other abilities. After all, nurturing chaos spiritual treasures was the ability of chaos ultimate treasures. However, the current chaos bead was only a chaos spiritual treasure. Naturally, it could not nurture Dharma treasures of the same level. Just one phantom was the limit of the chaos bead. Otherwise, he would be too heaven-defying. Where's the world tree? Suddenly, Feng Zichen's heart skipped a beat. He thought of something and suddenly looked at the world tree. The chaos bead had obtained such a great fortune. There was no reason that the world tree in his body did not obtain any benefits. After scanning the chaos bead with his spiritual sense, Feng Zichen found the world tree in a corner. At this moment, his appearance had changed greatly. It could be said that the world tree before was very big, so big that it was beyond imagination. It was almost as tall as the sky. But now, the world tree's body had shrunk rapidly, becoming the size of an ordinary tree. If it were not for the fact that his body was full of great Tao patterns, like a Tao tree, showing that he was different from the rest, Feng Zichen would have thought that he had seen wrongly. This is... Looking at the world tree, Feng Zichen frowned and thought for a while. Suddenly, he revealed his Tao body. In an instant, Pangu's Tao body, which was 1,000,000 feet tall, appeared and stood proudly in the chaos. This was not an illusion, nor was it a divine power, nor was it the celestial phenomenon. It was Feng Zichen's real physical body. That's right, this was his physical body. It was 1,000,000 feet tall physical body. At his level of cultivation, he had long been the embodiment of great Tao. Naturally, he was different from ordinary people. Moreover, Feng Zichen was a Khanate god fiend. In the primordial world, which Khanate god fiend's physical body was not enormous and far beyond imagination. With the strength of cultivation, everything would become bigger until it was beyond imagination. This was the final inevitability of the cultivation path. No living creature could escape from it. Because Tao was great, big in all kinds of senses. If it was not big, it was not enough to inherit Tao. Therefore, the higher the cultivation, the bigger it had to be to inherit Tao. If the current Feng Zichen used the supreme divine power of the celestial phenomenon, his body would definitely be unimaginably big. When the size of 1,000,000 feet was magnified tens of thousands or even tens of millions of times, the visual shock would be unimaginable. Looking at the world tree again, Feng Zichen found something different. In his eyes, the world tree was the same size as before. It had not changed at all. But that was not right. His body was tens of millions of times larger than before. The world tree should be even smaller in his eyes. As if he had thought of something, Feng Zichen's body suddenly changed. His size kept changing while he stared at the tree of world. But no matter how he changed, the figure of the world tree was always the same in his eyes. Primordial chaos as one. At this moment, Feng Zichen somewhat understood. Without him noticing, the world tree had obtained some benefits from great Tao and had already peeped into a trace of the mystery of the primordial chaos Tao realm. To use an analogy, the realm of the world tree was almost similar to Dong Wang Tai. It was only one step away from the primordial chaos Tao realm. This was a great thing. If the world tree really stepped into the primordial chaos Tao realm, then Feng Zichen would have the ability to fight against the saints. When he did things, he would not have to be as restrained as he was today and use all kinds of schemes and tricks. One must know that if one had the strength to dominate everything, who would be willing to scheme all day long? If one used too many schemes and tricks, it was inevitable that one would be affected and become gloomy. What a great harvest! This opportunity came too suddenly. It was completely out of Feng Zichen's expectations. It gave people a dreamy feeling, as if they were in a dream. The chaos outside the realm was really his blessed land.